Hello. It's me again, and well, no, I was just about to say that I just noticed something, but then I realized that I didn't. That was false. I was gonna say, all three of these names start with YU, except for this one, but Sato doesn't start with YU. I don't know what my eyes were doing there. But they were wrong. But that's all I have to say, really. No. But since the events of last time, I have been curious if we can already find or figure out why Kikuko has it out for Satsuki. Maybe there's something in their profiles. I don't really remember Kikuko's story too well, so maybe we can infer things from there. Sociable nature, sisterly tendency. Our strong desire to leave Kamishima and make a life for herself elsewhere. Classmates begin working, blah blah blah. She's 28, yeah, okay. So they didn't exactly grow up together, probably. I mean, you know, maybe she was like an older sister like role for Satsuki or something, but they at least aren't, they at least aren't of the same age. Or even all that close. 11 years apart. Junior college, prefecture, blah, 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 blah. She didn't like that work, and so she returned and was good at ama diving. Came back 4 years ago. Had scant luck with men. Maybe something to do with that, even though we haven't exactly heard of Satsuki having any relationships or anything. Like the only thing we can maybe consider is that she is Unkaku Dono's daughter. But he's also a little old for her to be jealous of that. But I mean, maybe she's into gilfs. She endeavors to hide her birthmark, you know. I mean, maybe it wasn't a birthmark and Satsuki burned her accidentally at some point or something. But yeah, I don't really see anything in here that points to her. Where is she? Huh. Where's Satsuki? Or do I have her name all wrong? Tsuyu? No. Tsukasa, not Satsuki. Sorry, Tsukasa. I'm sorry. Her name is not Satsuki, it is Tsukasa, as we have always known. Tsukasa. She has excellent grades. Maybe the relative whose house she's staying at has something to, has something to do with that. Azami Kumoi, and yeah, that's just, we know that. 18 years ago, still pregnant. Wait, did we hear about that? 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother Nagisa Awao moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa. Okay, wait, maybe we did. I think we did. Grew up in a single mother household. But in Tsukasa secretly tracked down her father. I think we can't really make any truly informed guesses yet. So, where do we go? Do we go here or here? This is where they just have that fun, what's the word? Fireworks party. And here's, I guess, where we died and came back to life, maybe? Let's go chronologically, I guess. Vision of the future. And I guess this is directly after, or somewhat directly after our dive. Yuza heads out with Azami to go diving before he suddenly mentions something he must do. Before returning to the island, the pair go to a certain location at sea. Maybe this is where we will actually do some more diving, with different stuff to find. So, what's the important thing you have to do, Yuza? Sounds like it must be a pretty big deal. It is. I just hope you'll believe me. Listen, and don't fly off the handle. I'm an immortal. Whoop. Please forgive the interruption. I have an important announcement to make. The moment you have been waiting for has arrived. Everything is ready for you to proceed. On August 7th, upon returning to Kamishima after his dive, Yuza Minakuchi embarks on the fight of a lifetime. For unbeknownst to him, at this precise moment in time, a slew of predicaments would await him everywhere he turned. As for this really important thing he has to do, that is, of course, preventing the tragedy of Kamishima from coming to pass. What heroic music. The advent of the 400-year-old curse of the raging waves draws nearer Kamishima with every passing moment. Even so, do try to remember that Yuza's true aims are not to locate a mermaid and uncover the truth about his mother. Will Yuza Minakuchi succeed in overcoming these challenges and fulfilling his objective, you ask? That is entirely up to you, yeah, of course. And the actions you choose to take from this moment forth. Thus concludes my announcement. I wish you good fortune. Kinda wanna go to the other place first, because I guess this is where we might get the quote-unquote best ending if we succeed. What? You think Kikuko is plotting to work a curse that'll cause a massacre on the island? He's saying that at this point. How does he have that info at this point? We didn't even get the mirrors at this point, did we? Yes, you might find it hard to believe, but I'm sure about this. You're gonna have to give me a second to take this in. This is way heavier than I was expecting. I mean, a curse? I know I told you about the Tomokazuki and all, but... How did you even find out about this? Have you got any proof? Well... I saw the future with my own two eyes. Okay. But I'm afraid I don't have any proof I can show you right now. You saw the future? Yuza, if this is some kind of prank, you'd better cut it out right now. Seriously, this shit isn't funny. If you're just fooling around, I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Do you think it's easy for me to call someone I'm on friendly terms with a murderer? I couldn't say something like this unless I was dead certain. I need you to trust me on this, Azami, before it's too late. Oh man, you're not making this easy, Yuza. I can't just... I mean... No, I understand. I won't ask you to believe me until I can present you with solid proof. Until then, I still need your help. I can't just sit back and let this happen. Okay, I won't try to stop you, but I'm not doing anything drastic till I'm sure we're doing the right thing. That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, Azami. But for real, what's gotten into you, Yuza? What do you mean? So does, like... Maybe the Tomokazuki or whatever that we saw is, like... Maybe that actually holds the biggest piece of his body? No, that doesn't make any sense. Like, maybe, you know, when he dies, he respawns here for some reason, unlike the others who, you know, get rebuilt right then and there. I don't know that. Why would that happen, though? How could he have seen the future? Maybe the curse that he picked up, or something. I don't know. What's it? I know you're headstrong and all, but this is way beyond what I'd expect from you. It's like you're a totally different person. Come on, you're exaggerating. I'm the same old user I've always been. Now things are getting even weirder. Maybe he's been possessed by somebody not so great? Oh yeah, huh? Weird. Huh? What are you two doing here? And what's with the getup, user? Don't tell me you've been diving. Kikuko, do you have a minute? I heard you were heading out to the northern shore to fish in the bay today, so I came out to find you. Where'd you hear that? I only just decided that this morning. I didn't even tell anyone. I can tell Azami's trying to believe in me. That's a good start, at least. He's trying. Can't ask much more of him. We're on the northern side of Kamishima. Not many people come here to fish. Ah! How can she be a bad guy when she has a bird sticker on her boat? We must be the bad people because we don't. We've got 8 out of 20 now. She's also got one of them Kamishimaru things. User, are you sure about this? Just so we're clear, I'm leaving the talking to you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Do I, though? Kikuko is looking at us suspiciously. But I guess that's to be expected. We surprised her here alone, after all. Hey, now the music's all peaceful again. Guess we must have had it all wrong. Well, what's all this all about? If you just want to talk, it can wait till after I'm done fishing. But it can't. I think. Right, this is where it all begins. This is my chance. I have to find a way to change the future. But I don't have any evidence, and I doubt I can just talk Kikuko out of this. You don't do something like that on a whim. Whatever her motives are, they must be powerful. Even if I somehow manage to get her a curse stone, there's still the risk that whatever destructive impulse has hold on her would drive her to make the tragedy happen some other way. How? With a bomb? Just with a gun? That's why my best bet of containing the situation is to try and distract her. I'm going to change the future one step at a time. There's no rush. After all, since we came here instead of heading back to the port, things are already different. How's the diving going? So are you really off diving? You sure you should be doing that? If Chia finds out, she'll give you an earful, no doubt about it. Yeah, don't I know it. Seems everyone thinks I bring this island bad luck just by being here. User. Well, sure, some folks might say that, but it's not as if you've done anything to deserve that kind of talk. I don't see a problem with you becoming an Ama diver myself. I appreciate that. Just today, plenty of folks told me not to go diving because of storms on this way. But when they don't talk sense, I just ignore them, and so should you. I've been wondering. Are you unhappy here on the island, Kikuko? Huh? What makes you think that? I don't know, I just get the feeling you're not planning to stay here as an Ama diver forever. Huh, you normally play the fool, but turns out you're pretty sharp, user. Truth is, I can't help thinking of the future. You can earn a decent living as an Ama diver if you know what you're doing, but all these old rules and customs tend to get in the way. I've been trying to change them here and there, but it's no good. Everyone's too stubborn to listen. I see. No luck, huh? Mark my words, nothing's ever going to change around here, and just between you and me. As much as I love being surrounded by nature on the island, The culture here just isn't for me. So that's how you feel. Very fair. Honestly, I'm about ready to break ties with this place. Not that anyone else needs to know that. Don't go spreading it around now. Seems harmless. Frankly, I had no idea you were so interested in diving the user. Well, I have my reasons. So how's the past life? So, Kikugo, when you left the island, you did some kind of office work, right? Huh? That's true and all, but why are you asking? I was just wondering if you might have preferred your life back then. I mean, you must have had more opportunities to meet people and go out on dates and all that. Stop right there, as if I don't hear enough of that as it is. What's it got to do with you anyway? I want to date you. See, if we just start dating her, then she won't want to kill anyone anymore because of the power of love, and then everything will be good. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I was just wondering if you still kept in contact with anyone. Sure, a few people. Just a few. Would you say any of them had a big influence on you? Huh? Seriously, what's all this about? Oh, nothing. Just really want to know if anybody turned you into a killer or anything. I was just curious. Listen, working for that company wasn't exactly a huge break in my career. All I did was pour tea and answer the phone. Huh. So, I don't know anything about hand mirrors, do you? You've been passing Kameshimaru hand mirrors around to everyone, right? Yeah, I have. Sounds like someone keeps their ear to the ground. So, how many have you given out? Who's got one already? I don't know. I haven't kept track of or anything. But if I had to guess, I reckon it'd be about 20 or so. Why though? You want one too? If so, I'll get one to you later. Oh, no thanks. Don't worry about it. Huh? This sure must be confusing for her. Suit yourself. They're pretty sweet little items, if I do say so myself. Yeah, they can, like, reflect shit and whatever. That's really amazing. Anyway, Yuza, did you really come all the way out here just to chat? Something like that. But I've wasted enough of your time. Thanks for hearing me out. Come on, Nazumi. Let's go. If you're sure. See you later, Kikuko. Shows up, asks questions, doesn't elaborate, leaves. Confusion tactics. Right, I know we just got back. But there's no time to waste. We've got to track down and collect all the Kameshimaru mirrors Kikuko handed out as soon as possible. Huh? Why? If I'm right, those mirrors are actually the targets of the curse. No way, seriously? But apparently she can also do it without them. I guess, you know, when she killed... Tsukasa and Azami, it was near the lighthouse, and maybe that one has reflective surfaces on it or something. Or maybe it was close enough to the water and that counts too, I don't know. Still, man, all this curse business is a bit much. Look, given what people think of me, I'd have a hard time handling this on my own. I'm going to need your help, Azami. I guess we'll have to try and convince everyone the mirrors are defective or something. But we'd better not let Kikuko find out what we're up to. Yeah, it's gonna be a little weird. Defective mirrors. Wait, let me check if this mirror is defective. Nope, it works. Goodbye. That seems hard to sell as an idea. User. I want to believe you, and I'd like nothing more than to help you out. But before I lift a finger, there's something I've got to know. Alright. Boobs or butts? See, I've got a pretty good idea what made you change out of the blue like this. You do? When you were diving before, and you came face to face with a Tomokazuki, something happened, didn't it? Maybe the thing we wished for was knowledge, and we got it. But then we didn't die because we had our immortality. You know, since we were looking for mermaids and or our mother. And so the info of that maybe is what was given to us. You haven't been the same since then. And come to think of it, does this have anything to do with your search for a mermaid? You're right. I should have told you the full story to begin with. I've been in such a rush I got ahead of myself. You're right, something did happen to me, and I'll tell you all about it right now if you want to hear. I'm all ears. First of all, tracking down a mermaid is still my end goal. That hasn't changed. At least something's still the same. But what I'm trying to do right now started when I found out about the danger Kamishima is in, and realized I had to do something to prevent it. Are you with me so far? Sure. If I knew the island was in danger, I'd want to protect it too. But how did you find out about that anyway? Earlier you said you saw the future. When did that happen? It was when I encountered the Tomokazuki. The moment our hands touched, everything went dark and then the future unfolded before me. Huh, so it was kinda like a vision from the Tomokazuki? A warning? That's exactly what it felt like. A stream of images filled my mind all at once, together with a rush of understanding. It's like they were imprinted into my memory. I don't know how it works. But I believe what I saw. I know what's going to happen here in Kamishima if I don't do something to change it. So that's what started all this, huh? Yuza, did you know there was a Tomokazuki there? Is that why you picked out that spot to dive? No, it's like I told you. I was hoping to find a clue there, since that's the spot where I encountered the mermaid once before. I never would have dreamed I'd end up seeing a vision of a tragedy like that. For all I know, this might have nothing to do with mermaids at all, but now that I know about it, I can't just forget it, can I? Of course not, and now that I know the full story, you can count on my help too. So seeing as Kikuko is the culprit, I'm guessing we need to collect those hand mirrors to save everyone? Yeah, but she's not the only threat. There's more to this. More? Yeah, there are actually 2 calamities on the horizon for Kamishima today. 2? You gotta be kidding me. The other one is a lot more known about by other people. The first is the massacre caused by Kikuko's curse. And the second is the curse of the raging waves, which has been brewing up a violent storm for the last 400 years. It's going to hit the island tonight. Huh? Now you've lost me again. I can't keep up. For starters, why is all this happening on the same day? I don't know. I get the feeling that it's just an unfortunate coincidence. Maybe. And there would have been nothing we could do about it either, but since I've been forewarned, I have a chance to prevent it. I'll explain the rest on the way. There's no time to lose. We have to track down every last one of those mirrors, but we only know it's like about 20, so... When we have 20, do we stop? Shouldn't we, it's gonna be hard to know exactly. What's with this mysterious... With this one, huh? What's with that one, huh? That's mysterious. That's never happened before. What's up with that? Well, I guess to get the full picture of the future, let's see the rest of the future. But this has accepted fate, so I guess maybe this is just like, well, shit sucks. Let's go back to the past. Not directly, but something like that. Several days after the night of tragedy. Oh, a bunch later, huh? Yuza's lost in his thoughts, alone on the beach. Wait, I guess because he survived, in a way. But I thought the island had totally vanished, but maybe, I guess maybe he, he's on a different beach. I don't know, we'll find out. Date unknown. I suppose he didn't actually give Azami the whole picture though, right? Because he must have been aware now that he has immortality. At least from the vision of the future, if not before that. But hey, whatever. It's been 1 week since the night Kamishima was struck by a tragic storm of mysterious attacks. All in all, it resulted in 16 casualties, 7 missing, and 20 buildings totally or partially destroyed. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought, but still, of course, not nice. A horrific calamity. It caused a huge stir when news broke about what happened. The culprit responsible for the massacre is still unknown, and the investigation is ongoing. I went diving this morning for the first time since that day. No one's taking their boats out right now, so it was just a short dive from the shore. Sometimes I think about the plans we all made to have fun here, and wonder how that would have gone if things hadn't turned out the way they did. I guess there's no point in thinking about that now, though. Maybe that point we saw with the fireworks party was actually in the good future. Hey, you guys, haha, that's funny. I mean, hey, at least they survived. That's good to know. I do like Yumiko. Whoa. Azami and Tsukasa's bodies were found in front of the lighthouse. There's no way of knowing what happened to them now. But I'm told Azami was found collapsed on top of Tsukasa, as though he tried to protect her to the very end. I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. The storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed, and left the town in tatters. Things are barely functioning right now. Everyone is somehow managing to get by the aid, get by on the aid we're receiving, but it's apparently going to take years to fully rebuild. Some people fled Kamishima in the moment they could, citing what happened as proof as some sort of divine punishment. But most of those who stayed are already trying to put the tragedy behind them and look to the future. So is it going to happen in another 400 years again, or is it over now, or is it just going to happen more frequently now that there's no more magic seal? What's going on? Maybe Sato sacrificed herself after all? No, that wouldn't really make sense. They managed to get back to their feet 5 years ago, so I'm sure they'll be fine this time too. Well, 5 years ago the island itself wasn't attacked though. Although they've been bombarded by accusations and demands for them to take responsibility, the Wakamuras have been busy doing what they can. Following news reports on the calamity, there was an uptick in unsavory rumors that Kamishima is cursed in some way. I guess that would happen, yeah. But perhaps because of the current occult craze, a bunch of people have expressed interest in visiting once all the restoration work's done. The mail order service for souvenirs that was set up to help fund recovery of efforts has been flooded with orders. Unable to bear the tragedy that had befallen Kamishima, Sato Shiranami apparently gave herself over to the assassin and left the island with him. Right, that happened, right. She went with Kikuko. I don't know if whoever sent the assassin got what they wanted in the end. I'm probably never coming back. But either way, they took any chance of me seeing her again with them. I guess that's where we're gonna fill in that blank. You leave. I doubt I'll ever meet her again. We still don't know who the culprit behind the massacre of the so-called assassin was, do we not? The investigation is proceeding under the assumption that it was one of the people who went missing that night. But it seems like it's not making much progress. Well, if they're assuming that Kikuko died, like many people would have claimed to see, then yeah, they wouldn't have much luck. Among other things, they're having to conduct it behind closed doors, so word doesn't get out it was caused by a curse. Many people tried to escape the island by sea that night, but most of them ended up getting caught in the storm and going missing. Could the culprit behind the massacre have been among them? Maybe. But then Sato probably would have survived. The same night as the attack on Kamishima. A massive storm caused by the curse of the raging waves broke out in the sea to the south of the island. It seems the bronze mirror my mom left wasn't enough to hold back the curse by itself after all. Many of those who attempted to flee the island by boat were caught in the storm and are still missing. The storm descended on Kamishima soon afterwards, and the island was swept by harsh winds and lashing rain for 3 days straight. No one was able to leave their homes, and it caused blackouts and landslides across the island. Several buildings were also completely destroyed. Everyone was made painfully aware just how fearsome the curse of the raging waves is. Combined with the horror of the massacre, the entire ordeal has left a deep scar on those who remain. There's still an eerie rumbling coming from the sea, and no one knows when another storm might strike again. Yeah, that rumbling is a bad sign. Everyone here is still too on edge to take their boats out to fish, and the ferry service to the island is currently suspended as well. Naturally, no one paid me any mind when I headed out to dive today. The pair from Tokyo had apparently come to Kamishima to try and find a way to dispel the curse of the raging waves. These two? They were extremely regretful about failing to stop the storm, and went around apologizing to everyone in its wake. Oh, it's not your fault. It seems they are still planning to find a solution though, and have asked for my cooperation. So we know they're here, I guess. I don't have much to show from my dives today. My catch has been pretty pitiful, to say the least. Looks like I really am hopeless without Azami. After all that happened, I'm once again the only one left alive. Well, I don't know if alive is the right word. I did get my head cut off once by the curse after all. But to be honest, I don't have it in me to care anymore. I couldn't fulfill what I set out to do, despite swearing I'd see it through. I have nothing left. Seems my fate is in the hands of that pair from Tokyo now. And she would know that we're immortal. I don't know what they have planned for me, but whatever it is, I intend to accept it. Including the horrible ceiling or whatever. Wait, I don't get to talk to them? No, wait. Thank you, everyone, for everything. I wanted to talk to them. Goodbye. I guess there wouldn't have been much to say. Maybe he would have been like, yep, that's them. A hopeless outcome. Reach Yuza Minakuchi's bad ending. Well, I thought we'd end up here, but instead we're ending up here. Well, geez. Okay then. Approximately 1 month ago, having only just returned to Kamishima, Yuza Minakuchi goes to the roof of the Kantekisho ruins for some time alone, only to find Sato Shiranami there. Date unknown, July 1980X. Huh? There's someone already here. How unusual. Whoa, you scared me. Darn, I didn't think anyone else would come here. No, I take it I'm not welcome. I didn't think there would be anyone else up here either, so that makes 2 of us. So, who are you? I'm Yuza Minakuchi. I recently moved back to Kamishima. Ah. So you're that old friend of Tsukasa's, was it? Yep, I don't think we've spoken before. You're Sato Shiranami, right? Mr. Wakamura's relative? Nice to meet you. Wait, how do you know who I am? That's kinda creepy. You're pretty much the talk of the town. I'm sure almost everyone here knows who you are. He's already an immortal at this point, right? Since he got his powers, let's say. His immortality 5 years ago. Is he aware of it? I'm not sure. Is that so? I'd rather not stand out. It's a small island. Word spreads quick about who comes and goes. Sorry, but could you leave me be? I don't feel like talking to anyone. I see. Well, I just came here to enjoy the view alone. I'll just be over here looking at the sea, so I won't be a bother. That work for you? Fine. Yeah, displeased. You can see all the way from Misa Bay out toward the Enshu Sea from here. It's a great view. But that doesn't mean I want to share it with anyone. Thankfully, most of the islanders don't come up here. that often, so I sometimes come here to unwind. Sticker, 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 sticker. You're not a sticker. But you almost look like you could be. What do you mean there are no stickers up on the roof either? You can't be serious. By the way, in case you were wondering, I was clicking on this. I'm hitting the button. So if this is some hidden thing, then it's not available that way. There are a lot of reefs in the area, and the tide is strong, so it can make for tough sailing. But from here it looks as tranquil as can be. They built a rest spot for any tourists to come up here, but it doesn't see much use. Yeah, it looks kinda abandoned. Satoshi Ranami. I hear she's a relative of Mr. Wakamura's who will be staying with him for a while. But apparently no one's heard of her, so the island rumor mill's been working overtime ever since she arrived. Things have calmed down a bit now, but when she first showed up, she knew so little about how things worked that the gossip was that she was some sort of sheltered princess. That or she'd been raised by animals. Well, even now she spends most of her time cooped up at the Wakamura's, so the mystery has only grown. I guess it doesn't really matter though. If she really is a relative of Mr. Wakamura's, I wonder what she's doing here. She's 17, just like Tsukasa, but it doesn't seem like she gets to go to school. I guess it doesn't really matter though. Now that I have a better look at her, she's really tall, maybe even taller than Azami, and he's 173 centimeters. That's pretty tall for a woman, yeah. She said she doesn't want to stand out, but that's going to be tough at that height. I'd rather not stand that close to her, to be honest. 'Cause you're shorter than her? She's been staring at the southern sea this whole time. Could it be she sees something out there? So much to say about her. I said I wouldn't bother her. I should stop staring already. But I can't. She's just so beautiful. Okay, we can't talk to her. That would have been kind of rude after saying we would leave her alone. Oh hey, the far shore. You can see all the way across the Atsumi Peninsula in Aichi from here. I heard this observation post was originally made to oversee Irago on the opposite shore. So I guess it makes sense that it would be built somewhere with a clear view of the area. Well, I guess we'll have to think then. Coming here always helps clear my mind and my head. Now then, I'm back here after quitting work after just 3 months. I went to a boarding school on the mainland for high school, so it's been about 3.5 years since I actually lived on Kamishima. Nothing's changed. It's almost as if time itself has stopped here. You could say that's one of the good things about living on an isolated island like this. But for me, that means it's just as uncomfortable as ever. Ever since the disaster 5 years ago, people here haven't exactly been subtle about avoiding me. Maybe it's as good a time as any to start seriously looking into my mom. Maybe. The processing plant I worked at wasn't a bad place or anything, but working there didn't feel that fulfilling either. Sounds a lot like Kikuko's story. I just happened to come across it when I was looking for a job. I've never really been sure what I want to do with my life. Relatable. Azami has always had a clear goal of becoming a fisherman. To be honest, I've always felt a bit jealous of that. Now, at this point in my life, I am jealous of that too, yes. After losing my parents in the disaster 5 years ago, people not only began to avoid me, they avoided talking about my mom as well. At some point, I honestly began to wonder if there was much point in me being alive. At such a young age, oh no. I've only made it this far because of my gran and Azami. What about... Holy shit, why can I not remember her name? What about Tsukasa? Come on. I could never forgive myself if I made the two of them sad. They're the only reason I'm still here, drifting through life. Don't forget about Tsukasa, man! Not that there's much else I can do here. I've got to find some work here soon, so they won't worry about me. I guess she wasn't around at the time, right? She was also not on the island for a while. So I guess it's kind of forgivable that she isn't part of the picture that he's conjuring up right now. I've always been good at swimming, so I've actually been thinking about armor diving as an option. I haven't gone swimming since the disaster, but I wonder if Gran would be happy if I followed her in her footsteps and became an armor diver. And since I can't die from drowning, I can just be the best ever. Maybe I'll start looking into it in secret. Though I'd only be able to do it during the diving season, so I'd still have to find something else. I see. I originally came back here to take care of Gran after her injury. But her condition's improved a lot recently. She can walk around by herself now, and has even been handling the cleaning and laundry. I wouldn't be surprised if she said she was planning to go back to diving. Kamishima women sure are made of sterner stuff. But I'm still worried about her. You never know what could happen after all. It seems she's been watching a lot of TV recently. Just like this girl. Perhaps because she's had to spend a lot of time at home. She seems a bit bummed that she doesn't have anyone to talk about her shows though. But now she does. You know, we did learn that Sato often came by, right? Azami was really happy to hear that I was coming back to Kamishima. He even helped make sure my return would go as smoothly as possible. I can't thank him enough, he's a true friend. On top of that, he's hard-working and kind. It's easy to see why so many people here like him. But he's involved in a bunch of stuff around the island now, so he's much busier than he used to be. It goes without saying we can't mess around like we used to anymore. But he'll try his best. Tsukasa's also put some distance between herself and us since she started high school. I guess she's a bit self-conscious about things now. I miss hanging out with her, but maybe this is just a part of growing up. Still, it's no exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to Azami that I'm able to live here like this. I won't do anything to let him down. Good friends. Right then. Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. Sure, I have plenty of time, but I don't want to be a burden for any longer than I have to be. On the contrary, if there's some way for me to make a graceful exit and draw the curtains on it all, maybe that would be for the best. Damn. Same thought's been lurking in my mind ever since that day. What's the point in living if I'm just going to cause trouble for Gran and Azami? But it can't even end it. Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. Okay. Jesus, man. Calm down. Oh, hold on, let me see. This has not turned into a sticker magically. Whoa, when did you get here? Get there. I made you jump, did I? You did. Of course you did. Anyone would be startled by someone sneaking up on them like that. Haha, at least you admit it. You can consider that payback for before. Anyway, did you need something? Alright, I can't focus with someone else around after all, so I want you to leave. Wow. Huh? Fine. Fine, how much will you pay me? Huh, money is it? That's all you bureaucrats think about. Money, money, money. Very well, a string of 3,000 cash coins. That's my final offer. You won't get a single drop more out of me. What? Who even has an ancient currency like that anymore? And wasn't that the bounty for Imagawa Yoshimoto's head? How much money do you have? Don't worry, it's only about 60 yen in modern currency. Huh. Damn, inflation's pretty nuts. 60 yen it is then. Here you go. I do feel a bit bad you only got a measly 60 yen out of the deal though. Hey. So you can have this Kamishima-ru keychain I picked up over there as well. Pushing random stuff you picked up off the ground in onto others now, eh? Still, who could have thrown such a cute keychain away? Yeah. Also, they seem to be getting along pretty well wavelength-wise, eh? I feel bad if it was just left on the ground, so I'll let you off with this. Yippee! Acquire the keychain, okay. I love Kamishima is the name of the achievement. I'll be on my way as promised then. Sorry for the interruption. Sure. Huh? I see, so that's how it is. I guess she can sense that we're immortal. And she was lying about not knowing anything. Is something wrong? No. I was just thinking it must be pretty rough. Yep, pretty rough, alright. It's none of my business, though. Bye. Whoa. How am I supposed to just walk away after you say cryptic stuff like that? But if no answers are forthcoming, I'll simply have to be on my way later. Coolly leaving. Okay. I suppose the charm is gonna be important. And I was thinking this would unlock from this. But it's just very weird still. How about we try some diving? See if we can get closer to that 2K. We're almost halfway to 2K, you know, if we just more than double our current scores. Then we'll have it. And I don't think we've gone diving ever since leveling up the last time, so... You know. Encouragement? I can do anything I do put my mind to, that's true, Azami. You believe in me. Then it has to be true. Fish. Okay. Give me some better stuff, bro. I need more. I need quality. These urchins alone won't... What? Oh no! Wow, that took a lot of my juice. That was horrible. Wow, okay, that's gonna be a bust. Shit, bro. That took like, I don't know, a fourth or a third of my tank. Didn't think it would, you know, be that rough if we had caught. Sheesh. Be careful when you dive out there, you guys. I was half thinking that I had to like turn around and look at like whatever demon is grabbing me or some shit. Because that was unnaturally long. Took an unnaturally large amount of swims, of strokes. I need some balloons, man. And some other good stuff. I guess this is better, but nothing to shake your stick at. That looks like some balloonage. Some baloney. Getting them in just 2 strokes now, that seems nice. Oh, even more balloons, dude. Ah! That took 3. I guess I'll have to leave now. Ah, there was another one over there. Can I get this? Here. We'll be fine. We're almost home. See, it's good. We're good. That's gotta be a good score, right? Just because of the number of abalones we got. Ah, so close to 2K. Shit. Shit. Let's get this, I guess. Man, I reached a score of 1,500 points. Reached a score of 1,000 points. Broke both barriers in one go. So close, dang, man. Ah. I don't know if I'll top that anytime soon. But are you impressed? Don't get too greedy. Stand around. Is that an abalone? Rank 13. What? Hold on as I sneeze real quick. Okay. Just gotta do slightly better than that last time, and then we'll be cool forever. Oop. Ah. Come on. Just some urchins and shit. I'm not searching for urchin. That won't get us to 2K, I think. We're gonna need a bunch of abalones, and not just a lone abalone, but a ton of abalones. Whoa, 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 dude. Hold on a second. Hello. This is as far out as I can go. Oh. Dang, that was kind of special. But I guess that's as far as I can go. I was all out here wondering what would happen if I swim closer. Do we die? Is this important for the plot? Do we need this? But it's just a spooky little thing. Look at that. That wasn't even fucking close. Let's detect some better. We got so close to the 2K that now I just kind of want to try and go for it. That was so lucky with all the abalones we found so close to one another. So maybe, maybe it's just not gonna happen. But let's give it at least a few more tries. Maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. Maybe a ton of tries. Maybe we will be here all day. Come on. Yeah. There's one blown. Ah. There's that RNG. Oh, wait. No, wait. Okay, there's a bunch of abalones once again. Oh, wait, that one's not an abalone. But I'll take it anyway. Not gonna be moan an abalone. Wait, that wasn't... You know what I'm trying to say. Nice. Okay, that makes up for it. I wish the census that we got also told us, like gave us a bit of info about what we're looking at. Ooh. We got this. We're fine. We're totally alive because we have better swimming now. Come on. The thing's gone, so we're fine, right? That's gotta be 2K. That's gotta be 2K. It's gotta be. Yeah. Kinda wanna max this out. Because maybe it'll show us something extra. Probably won't though. Local Delicacy Hall reached a high score of 2,000 points. Bro, I'm like a legendary. I am the patron saint or whatever of diving, bro. You thought I was kidding? I'm never kidding. I'm always serious. Rank 15, look at the hall. He doesn't appreciate me. He's a bad friend after all. Look, man, we even met a fucking mermaid out there. It was crazy, bro. It was spooky, but crazy. Nothing really happened. It might have been an illusion. But it happened. And it wasn't an illusion. Now I gotta find that event with Kikuko, which was probably like here or here. Well, I guess it can't be the vision of the future. We just were there. But it's gotta be somewhere. I guess here or here. I'm gonna try here. Wait, it's not letting me chip. Okay, there it is. Kikuko conversation. Yeah. This, I guess this can only be an achievement, if anything, right? Since it's grayed out and marked off. How about this? Right, working as an armor diver. Northern Shore, that's where we got the info, I guess, about where we would find her. Good thing he remembered, because I would have forgotten. But I think, like, they could have made a gameplay thing out of this, right? Like, where did you go? How to find her? And then you know... You remember maybe you had a conversation with her, but whatever, it's fine. Just taking notes for later. I guess with that line, it could have stuck out. I don't remember when or how she... Wait, right, I think maybe when we asked for tips. Foot getting a card, yeah, we know about that. It happened for the very first time today, so hard enough. One more tips, try asking to you. How much practice do you manage to get in today? I think I managed to make a good progress on out there, and but there are definitely things I can improve on. That's pretty impressive if you managed to improve that much in one day. Might not be long before you catch up to me. That's impressive that you can tell them. I can show off a way I can show my support. If you manage to get a score of 2,000 points, I give you a special prize. Wow, isn't that great, user? What was your highest score today again? Let's see. I think it was 2,753 points. Oh, wow, you really did it. I sure did. That's amazing, user. I guess you've earned yourself a prize. Here you go. A rare bird sticker. Haha. I found while diving the other day. Yippee. Almost half. You lucky dog. I didn't think you'd get a new mockingbird sticker so soon. It looks like a rare one, too. Oh, really? Nice. Maybe we can get more. Alright, I guess that's that then. All worth it! Bada boom, bada bing. I was half afraid that she'd be like, alright, if you get 5,000, I'll give you something else. And then after that, if you get 20,000, if you get 1,000,000, if you get twice the amount of particles in the universe. While naked and barehanded. Wait, barehanded doesn't change anything. And juggling, then that's how you get the remaining 11 stickers. Let's check Arnav's part, I guess. After arriving in Kamishima, Avi and Cersei continue to ask around about mermaids, but this garners suspicion, and they find themselves unable to gain any information. What a bummer. Well, so much for that. Even after everything we went through, we've got nothing to show for it. It's almost astounding how little we've managed to learn, like some reverse miracle. Worse, I think rumors spread and now everyone is avoiding us. This is a pickle. I can't even bring up mermaids without the islanders looking at me like some odd foreigner who lost his marbles. And for some reason, mentioning Madame Minakochi makes things even worse. Did people hate her or something? Well, yes. Just hearing her name makes them recoil with undisguised disgust. Yes, I noticed that too. Though your way of asking probably doesn't have much. Well, how about we take a break from investigating and go for a little sightseeing instead? Seems like there's a shrine and a lighthouse around here, so we might as well drop by. If you're okay with that, you're the one suffering from curse sickness or whatever. Count me in. To be honest, the way people are treating us has started to bum me out. Maybe heading to the lighthouse to unwind a bit wouldn't be such a bad idea. Let's go to the jetty. Okay, I guess we're not going to the lighthouse. And instead, because I said the jetty, we're going there. No, we must go to the jetty, and that's that. What? Don't scare me like that. I don't know why we would say that to him. It's not like we had not like we failed somewhere and then we're like, no, we have to go to the jetty instead. But I guess that's what we're doing. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? The waves of my yearning soul keep crashing against my chest, insisting I seek out the shore. Right, sure, the usual then. Maybe she can sense us possessing him for a bit. Well then, off we go. G-tie. Hey, it's our girl, who would never do any harm to anyone. Oh, looks like we've got ourselves a spunky young lady here. Maybe we should have a word with her. And by word, I mean flirt. Alright, this could be our last chance. Let's give it our all. Excuse me, could we speak with you for a moment? Cersei, no. There's no way she'll want to talk to us if we're that forward. She'll be fine. Foreign visitors? How unusual. And your names are Avi and Cersei. Right, she was really into the idea of talking to the foreigners. Maybe that has something to do with her disgust for Tsukasa, but I don't know why that would have anything to do with her. At least not yet. Welcome to Kamishima. My name's Kikuko. I'm an armor diver. Kikuko, the armor diver. Such a pleasure to meet a charming young lady in a place like this. Charming young lady, you say? Oh my. Well, now you're allowed to ask me anything you like. Do you plan on killing everyone on this island? Who is behind this, really? This jetty was built to break the waves so fishing boats can come in safely and unload their catch. Then I suppose the jet planes have nothing to do with it. No, not at all. The structure over in the distance is called a breakwater, built to keep the waves out. Seems like it's also a popular fishing spot. Gotta be a sticker somewhere around here. There's no way there isn't a sticker. There's just no way. Stop hiding the stickers! Stop hiding the stickers! They are hiding the stickers, and I am very angry about it. What items do we have? Oh, we have the Tamate Bako, the curse thing, and that card. But we can't select them, interact with them. No, wait, we can, just not with the D-pad. The curse stone bearing the curse of the forsaken fish. Should I really be carrying this around? Well, where else would you put it? The Tamate Bako sacred treasure of the mermaids. I haven't had the courage to open it yet. Well, do we assume there's flesh in there? I don't think so, right? Mr. Ikuma's business card. I figured I might be able to use it later, so I held on to it. What if we show it to her and then she'll be like, oh yes, he is the guy who gave me the mirrors, or made the mirrors. And then I'll be like, haha, I told you. Who would have thought? Seems like just bluntly calling out to her was the best approach after all. The image of a polite and reserved Japan I've been holding onto for so long is starting to falter. I mean, not everyone's gonna be that way, you know. She's the most approachable of all the people we've talked to so far. By far. By far. Maybe this time we'll actually learn something. Turns out murderers are the best people in town. It's a little sad to be this happy just because someone finally agreed to talk to us. I wonder who's to blame for that. What? You're saying it's my fault? But we're so approachable and nice. Looks like we've made a solid first impression. She seemed genuinely excited to talk to us. After all the lengths we went to, I refused to leave this place without at least a few answers. At least a few answers. Yep. So you said you're an active armor diver, then? Are there any many young divers these days? Not really. The younger generation doesn't really go for diving anymore. It just makes more sense to pursue higher education. I see. It's a real shame to see such a long-standing tradition slowly fade away. Well, it is quite dangerous after all. I can't really blame him for choosing safer options. Just the other day I heard 2 armor divers went missing around Toba. We wouldn't know anything about that, haha. Haha. Speaking of armor divers... I heard armor divers have a legend that if you go diving around here, there's a chance that Tomokazuki might emerge from the depths. Ah, Circe, enough with the ghost stories. You sure know a lot, don't you? You're right, it's a well-known legend. Not that I've seen it with my own eyes or anything. Don't know anyone who has either. Well, you do know somebody, but you don't know that they've seen it. Huh. Maybe your Seiman and Doman symbols have kept you safe? Oh, those? I don't have any. I don't really go in for superstitions like that. Yeah, and the one person we know who was diving with those symbols did encounter one, so maybe it's the opposite. Are you really okay without them? I think it's no more than an old tradition, meant to remind us not to forget our gratitude and respect towards the sea. All those old-fashioned rules and traditions, don't you think it's about time for a reform? I mean, I would agree with that. But isn't free diving close to a Shinto ritual and spirit? Huh? Isn't showing reverence and offerings to the sea god crucial? Oh, you're pretty devout for a foreigner, I'm impressed. But you know, I believe it's exactly because of tedious customs like that, that young people are losing interest in diving. We should keep up with the times, otherwise there's no way this tradition will survive. Well now, that's very level-headed thinking. Maybe it's because I'm part of the so-called new generation. Some people don't like my attitude, but I get the job done. Some of the young divers go to high school on the mainland and then work as armor divers when they return home.
I guess there's also that guy who just started working as an armor diver here. I saw him earlier.
And you gave us a grand prize. Wait, that might have been afterwards. No, that... I guess it's hard to say when exactly.
I didn't realize men could become armor divers too.
Why not?
It's not like it's forbidden. It is pretty rare though. This is the first time I've ever seen it happen.
Interesting. Maybe just because of the association with mermaids or something? I don't know. Since this is the topic that seems to have ticked everyone off the most so far, we'll ease them in, right? Even though we know that she doesn't really care about this much, but so. We're in character. This may be out of nowhere, but you don't happen to know anything about mermaids, do you?
Huh? Mermaids?
Oh, so do you know something? You do know something.
When you say mermaids, you mean mermaids, right? The mythical creatures?
Precisely, the very same. Rumor has it that this island houses some kind of secret connection to mermaids, but I haven't been able to ascertain whether it's true or not. Wow, somehow that caught me off guard. So tell me, any mermaid secrets about?
Are you saying you really came all the way out here to look for mermaids?
More or less. So any information you may have would be a huge help.
Sorry, I don't really have anything for you, but I do happen to be a little interested in mermaids myself.
Fantastic. Another fan entranced by the mysterious.
They say that eating the flesh of a mermaid will grant you immortality, right?
That's right. Could you perhaps be interested in immortality as well?
I guess so. Not for myself, though.
Oh.
For whom? So you mentioned that this island has some sort of connection to mermaids.
More than just a little interested, are you? Well, in fact, right here in Issa Bay, there used to be.
Wow, so mermaids used to live on this Taishima place. So you think there may still be some clues here in Kamishima that will lead you to the mermaids in Ryugu?
Nail on the head, right on the button.
Unfortunately, I can't say that I've heard any mermaid stories on this island before.
A pity. Alright, actually, there's someone we're looking for on this island. Would you mind if we asked you about them?
Sure, who is it?
A woman named Mada Minakochi.
Ah.
I see, that's exactly how everyone else around here has been reacting when we asked about her.
No, it's just, I'm sorry, but that woman died in an accident at sea 5 years ago.
Ah, yes, we are well aware that she has passed away.
Huh? Then why do you ask?
Did she leave anything behind, or was there perhaps someone who was close to her? Anything like that?
Sorry, I've got no idea. Nobody on this island really knew her.
But you've spoken to her son, and you know her grandma too, her mother, I guess, too. Well, no, her stepmother.
Although her son has just returned to the island. Actually, the guy I was talking about earlier, the new armor diver, that's her son.
Her son, you say? Now it's getting interesting. We'd certainly like to meet him. Do you know where he is?
Sorry, no idea, but he's gotta be somewhere around the island. His name is Yuzami Nakoti. I'll give you his home address. You might find him there.
Wow, thank you. This is invaluable information. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know why everyone is frantically dodging our questions about Mada Minakochi, would you? Was she such a terrible person?
It's something people don't really like to talk about. She didn't fit in much with the other islanders. No one knew much about her either. Why are you so interested in her anyway?
Well, this is kind of a secret, but it seems that Mada Minakochi had some sort of connection to the mermaids. She sure did. More so than we knew for a while.
Huh? You don't say.
Actually, wait, at this point, they were the ones that got that info from her, right?
Yeah. I see, so that's why.
Oh, did you remember something?
Not really. It's just that I always thought she was a little off, almost as though she wasn't actually human.
Well, but she was. At least we think she was. At least we have good reason to think she was. So you're saying Mare might not have been human after all? That she was actually a mermaid?
Huh? No way, I was just joking. She was kinda weird, sure, but a mermaid? That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think?
Right. Who's gonna spook me this time? Or I guess maybe we just think. Or maybe now I can use... Nope. Oop. Why did I feel that sudden urge to go to the jetty earlier? Thanks to that, we ended up running into Kikoko.
Yeah, why did you think that?
Come to think of it, I completely forgot about the still-tide mirror that Ikuma told us to look for. I guess I'll just try my luck and ask. Oh right, I just remembered. There's a particular mirror on this island that we're looking for. Do you happen to know anything about that?
A mirror, you say? Well, well, you've come to the right woman.
Not the right mirror that we're looking for, but hey. Oh, you know it? Luck's finally on our side.
Could it be that you're talking about this? Ta-da!
Goodness, that's the cutest mirror I've ever seen.
This is the famous Kamishima souvenir, the Kamishima room hand mirror. I had no idea it'd become so famous. Famous.
No way, could this be the still-tide mirror?
Definitely not.
Right.
Oh, this isn't the one you're after? Ah well, since you seem to have taken a liking to it, I'd still love to let you have it. Consider it a memento of our meeting today.
What, really? Lucky me. I mean, I probably should be declining, but... I mean, it's kind of rude to decline, you know, and like, even though she's a murderer, she's still cute, so, you know, it would be rude to not accept. But I guess it's, you know, I should probably decline. Actually, I changed my mind. I don't need it after all.
You sure? It's free, you know?
It's free death? Well, when you put it like that. No, I'm sure. I absolutely decline.
Okay, sure. If you feel that strongly about it, I won't press you.
Anyway, what we're looking for is actually a bronze mirror.
A bronze mirror? You mean the type you'd see in history books?
Yeah, probably. Something like that.
No, I can't say I know anything about that.
Shame.
I've never heard anything about a bronze mirror on this island. Oh, that reminds me. I caught a glimpse of something inside your bag earlier.
Oh.
Was that by chance the Tamatebago?
Whoa. You're jumping to some crazy conclusions. It's just a box. What?
Sorry, I just happened to notice. And judging by your reaction, I'd say I'm right.
Damn it, I didn't think it'd be that noticeable. Wow, careless much.
A glimpse alone shouldn't have given away that it was the Tamatebago.
Yeah.
My initial guess was just a bluff, but Avi's reaction confirmed it.
Shit, dude. Cersei, I'm sorry. Well, but with Cersei's help, surely we'll be fine against whatever. Cersei's on high alert. The supernatural may be involved here. Anyone else watching? Anyone who's carrying stickers around, maybe? There are lots of reflective surfaces around, I guess, so she wouldn't... like, if my theory is right. So she might not need the mirror in our possession. What on earth? It feels like the air completely shifted. Even the waves look heavy with tension. Maybe we were supposed to get the mirror and then we'd be able to reflect it back at her or something? I don't know. She do be a cutie, though. I've got a bad feeling about the way she's looking at us now.
Be careful.
Of course. I'm always careful, especially when I hide things in my bag. Take my business card, which isn't mine. Oh. Ah, because this also has the symbol. I guess I'll try throwing this away. I don't see why I should get rid of it. No? I mean, I guess we could throw away the Tamatebako and have her run after it, but I don't think we have a good reason to do that yet. And this, you know, same thing really. Kikuko, why are they interested in the Tamatebako? I mean, he wouldn't be interested in such a mythical item.
It's some kind of ancient mermaid treasure, right?
My, you're well informed. I think, you know, anyone in Japan would be familiar with the Tamatebako, no?
Would you be willing to hand it over to me? I'll make sure it's worth your while.
Huh?
You see, I know someone who's ridiculously rich and in search of eternal life. They'd be willing to pay a small fortune for that thing. They'll offer the kind of money you probably only get to see once in a lifetime. So what do you say?
Whoa, slow down.
Avi? Heh, much more than some third-rate writer like yourself could earn in a lifetime.
How do you know about that?
I don't know what you could possibly need the Tamatebako for anyway, but wouldn't you like to move up in the world?
I believe I understand your offer, Kikuko. But my answer is no. Not a chance. No way, no how. It's never been about money, it's about the thrill, the adventure. He's a silly guy, but I like him.
Adventure?
Exactly. Embarking on a journey to unravel the secret of the mermaid's immortality. What better adventure could a man ask for? You may call me a romantic, and that's what I am, an adventurer at heart.
You've totally lost me. You're throwing this chance away for some childish adventure?
You wouldn't understand. I'd put my life on the line to find a mermaid. I'm not handing the box over. You should turn to ama diving, actually. They hang out in the sea sometimes. It's kinda spooky.
I see. Seems like there's no reasoning with you. It'd be so much easier if you had it.
Huh?
Why'd you have to refuse the mirror? This would have been so much easier.
So, not taking it was the right choice, I guess. Huh? Oh, the mirror? I don't know. It just felt like the right thing to do. Why do you ask?
Things not going as planned.
I'm not sure what's going on, but I feel like we might just narrowly escape danger. So she was threatening us like she had a way to kill us, when in fact we had already refused the mirror? That seems a little off. Sounds like we had that mirror on. If we had that mirror on us, she would have been able to steal the Tamatebako. I'd like to get more information out of her, but it seems as though she's plotting something.
Avi, focus. I need you to listen to me without taking your eyes off Kikuko.
Huh? Got it.
I'm pretty sure she has a curse stone.
What?
What's all this about? What's this all about? I couldn't tell right away because it was masked by the heavy veil of cursed energy that's all over the island, but on closer inspection, the cursed stone's aura is impossible to conceal. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
So she isn't whispering to us. What if the condition to activate her curse was holding onto one of those mirrors? Then we can relax, right? The condition isn't met.
Well, only if the mirror was all there is to it. As long as we don't know for sure what the condition is, we need to stay on high alert.
Let me save here. Since it turns out not taking the mirrors was apparently the right choice. I'm not supposed to look away from her, but I also...
I've got a bad feeling about this. Maybe we should retreat.
Even if we did, we'd always be looking over our shoulders, afraid she might come after us.
Then we need to get her to surrender somehow. Ideally, we take away her curse stone too.
Hey Kate, care to show off your ama diving skills? In the water over there? Huh? I guess if we now throw the Tamatebako into the water, we could do that. But I don't really want to curse her to death, you know? I'd rather do this amicably. So why don't you enlighten us? Who told you about the Tamatebako?
Who knows? Think you'll get it out of me with that attitude?
She still hasn't given up on the Tamatebako.
Yeah, I think I might be onto something with throwing the Tamatebako.
Hey, Kikuko, I'm going to let you in on a little secret.
Yeah?
Ta-da! What are the odds? Turns out we both got curse stones. I don't know if that's a good choice. This one's called the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. When its conditions are met, it transforms you into a fish and kills you. Pretty messed up, huh?
What? Avi, are you sure?
You were planning to use your curse stone on us to steal the Tamatebako, weren't you? But your curse stone requires us to have one of those hammers, am I right?
Not necessarily, but something like that.
On the other hand, I can use my curse stone on you whenever I so please. Bluffing, huh?
You're bluffing. Your curse stone must have a condition too.
Yeah? Who's to say that it hasn't already been met? Now, cease your scheming and tell us what you know.
Do you really have the resolve to kill someone with a stone? Well, I already did.
Well, I'm not exactly keen on it, but I am prepared to defend my life if necessary.
Really? I wasn't expecting that from such a kind gentleman. You look like you wouldn't hurt a fly.
Indeed, my heart is pure, but trust me, I'm quite capable. Experience has hardened my resolve.
Eh? You're saying you've actually used it before?
At this point, what difference does one death make? Does one more death to the tally make? My hands are already stained.
Damn, so you're a proper criminal. Maybe I should report you to the cops.
Be my guest. I wonder which is faster, my curse or your phone call.
What about you, lady friend? Well, are you okay with this? I'm afraid there's no restraining Avi. I've pretty much given up on him at this point, so it would be great if you could just give up and hand over the curse stone. What the fuck is this? You guys are absolutely insane.
Well, we haven't at least, planned on committing mass murder. Oh, come on now. I think we can agree that we both have our issues. Good. We're at a stalemate. Now I can try to extract some more information out of her. Good job, Cersei, making her believe I've lost it. Very convincing.
I think she might just actually feel that way.
Actually, maybe a little too convincing. Does she really think I'm that crazy? Whatever. I've got more important things to focus on now.
Do you think I'm crazy? Are there stickers nearby now? They could grow out of the ground at any time, you know?
Alright, look. Seems like you're just as dead set on the Tamatebako as I am. This standoff won't get us anywhere. Why don't you tell us your motivation? Maybe we'll be able to find a compromise.
Compromise?
Say, for example, if granting your wish you were to stir the spirit of adventure within me. I cannot hand over the Tamatebako, but perhaps I'd be willing to let you borrow its power of immortality.
I've got no romantic tale for you. I told you, I just want to get that rich person what he's looking for so he can see how important I am to him. That's all there is to it.
I guess maybe she's also a secret daughter to him. And unlike Tsukasa, she was never shown the kindness that she was, for some reason. Oh, important, you say? How is that?
Because I'm his illegitimate child.
Oof.
But he simply refuses to admit it. Whatever I do, he won't even acknowledge my existence. I mean, just look at me. I must be a disgrace in his eyes.
Nah, dog.
But a woman like me shouldn't be wasting her life away on some backwater island. I was born of noble blood. I wasn't meant to rot in this miserable place.
That's how you feel? Because of your blood?
Yet he cast me aside and refuses to even acknowledge my existence. It's humiliating.
So your father's some rich man?
Yeah, there's hardly anyone in Iseshima who doesn't know the name Yoshiatsu Yamashina. It's a noble bloodline stretching back centuries, and here I am stuck in this wretched life.
Yamashina, eh?
I've done everything in my power to earn his recognition. I gave it my all to make it in the big city, and for what? Nothing I tried worked out. In the end, I had to come crawling back to this island, trying to make ends meet as an armor diver. But I still kept telling myself that someday, somehow...
I see. So you figured that since Yamashina is seeking immortality, you could leverage the box to get what you want at the same time.
Yeah, I used to work at this small company. The young CEO of the place is basically Yamashina's protege.
Would it be... what's his face? Kippe.
I guess he felt sorry for me, so I let it slip that Yamashina was after immortality.
Interesting. And was he the one who told you about the cursed stone and the Tamatebako as well?
Yeah. Since even Yamashina doesn't know about this, he suggested I use it to my advantage and take the credit. He gave me the cursed stone and told me to use it wisely. Originally I had planned on offering something different to Yamashina, but now that I've got a chance for the Tamatebako, that's my best option.
Oh, how intriguing. So you wanted to trade the Tamatebako for Yamashina's recognition?
That's right, see? I knew we were never going to find a compromise.
True, it's a compelling story, but it's missing a certain adventurous allure.
That company president you mentioned, how come he knew about the Tamatebako and the Curse Stone? Just who exactly is he?
And how could he just give you the Curse Stone? You know, it's not supposed to be possible, I guess, at least in the first game, to just give a Curse Stone to somebody who wasn't already a curse bearer or some such. So that person either is something special or you already had something or other, I don't know. I was wondering the same thing.
Of course you were. He's an incredible person after all. Mr. Kippe Ikoma.
Hey, we were right.
Is an amazing man. It's thanks to him I got a chance to make my dream come true. Oh.
Did you just say Ikoma?
Huh? Yeah, we got his card, you know, his Beatsnitz card.
Kippe Ikoma, you say? From Sala Planning.
Huh? You know Mr. Ikoma?
Indeed, just met him the other day. In fact, I even got his business card.
Uh-oh,
Saying that might give her a chance to kill us because of the mark.
huh? You have Mr. Ikuma's business card? Wait, then that business card you took out earlier was his?
Oh, wait, us using that item, taking a look at it, that actually got a response now? Or is that just a thing that happens anyway? That's right, want to see it?
No, it's fine. You hold on to it. Hold on to it nice and tight.
If you say so. Yep, I was right. I told you to throw it away, you wouldn't listen. Huh? What?
What? A curse echo?
Yikes, did we mess up?
Placasa steady. Guide his path, and with them thy merciful hand protect him.
Nice move.
Why? You have Mr. Ikuma's business card, so the conditions should have been met, so why?
Yikes, I thought I was done for.
You were. I'm sorry, all I can do is delay the curse. I can't dispel it. It's going to take effect in about 1 minute, so you need to do something before then.
Alright. Huh? Like what? I mean, at this point, now that she's mentioned the card, so obviously it should be very easy to tell.
The curse is dispelled by eliminating its caster. What comes next is up to you.
Okay, so I don't get rid of the thing, but I throw the box. What? Eliminate? Why do I have to keep doing this? I don't think that's gonna work. But, hey, I mean... Ah, damn it, I refuse to die here!
Yeah, what is with you?
Okay, it worked, I guess. She fell into the water, it's now or never.
Is it though? Is it though?
I'm gonna try not using it if I can. There's no time to waste, she could climb back out any second. It's no good, I can't bring myself to do it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't hold it any longer.
Guard! But now maybe we can go back and throw away the card, actually. I couldn't do it. Damn it, my dream will forever be left unfulfilled.
Abby!
Arnav Barnum is dead. It's fine. We don't need to kill her, we just gotta drop the card, right? Hey, dude. Oh my, it seems you've met with a rather unpleasant fate. This is merely a conjecture on my part, but once the conditions for the curse are fulfilled, there's no choice but to accept what must be done. But rest assured, you may start anew from the moment Kikuko uses the curse. Can't I start from before? No, I want to go before that. I guess we'll do this first and then try the other way if we can. Alright. Boo, I don't like it. I mean, it was self-defense clearly this time. But still. We knew how to solve it before it came to this. But I guess it's, you know, she would have had murderous intentions anyway, so maybe there's no point. But still, it even gave us the option to pick that. He just didn't do it.
I retrieved the curse stone from the ocean. Are you alright, Abby?
Problem solved. The murder massacre can't happen now. Well, I barely made it out alive, but I can't say I feel particularly good about it. So it had to come to this. No turning back now, it seemed.
This is what happens when you deal with curses. They might turn back on you at any moment. You should be prepared for that.
Also, thank you very much for saving my life. Holy shit. So, what about the curse stone? What is it? What's it like?
Yeah, about that.
Huh? A bronze mirror?
That's right, a palm-sized bronze hand mirror.
Wait, don't tell me this still-tied mirror is actually a curse stone all along.
The curse stone's resentful memory doesn't seem to indicate anything like that.
So this curse stone had a resentful memory too, eh? What did you learn?
There's so much information, it's hard to make sense of it. Here, take a look for yourself.
Don't just toss it like that. It's a curse stone, not a baseball.
So you're not gonna look?
Of course I am. Let's see. Whoa, so this is the real deal. Oh, a mermaid. There's a mermaid on it. Biography of Tomoshige. Taira no Tomoshige was born as the son of Taira no Kiyomori's younger brother, Yorimori, in the latter half of the Heian period at the height of the Taira clan's power. Although his father, Yorimori, was the only child born of the official wife of Taira no Tadamori, part of the main lineage of the Taira clan, he maintained a differential attitude towards Kiyomori, a stance that made Tomoshige regard him with contempt and fueled his ambition to one day stand at the head of the Taira clan. He also believed himself to be the rightful heir to Nukemaru, the famous sword that his father had inherited, as part of his birthright. Sato, the girl from Kusawa village. At around the same time, Sato was living a simple life in Kusawa village, the place of her birth. One day, she happened to encounter a visiting onmyoji and was offered the chance to work at the Bureau of Onmyo in Kyoto. Sato readily accepted, having always felt out of place in the village due to her faint spirit sense, and left Kusawa to work in the Bureau of Onmyo as a maidservant. At the end of a certain year, Taira no Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, gave birth to the imperial prince. Although Tomoshige visited the palace with his father to celebrate the birth, he soon grew bored with the proceedings and left, only to encounter Sato, who was attending to odd jobs nearby. Tomoshige was intrigued by Sato, who had made no attempts to curry favor with him, and whose thoughts he found difficult to read, and he frequently visited her from then on. Not yet having an official wife, it was not uncommon for Tomoshige to spend his time on dalliances with women, with Sato being the latest among them. However, as their interactions continued, he found himself becoming particularly drawn to her. He eventually had a pair of bronze hand mirrors made, and gifted one to her, telling her to carry it with her at all times as a sign of their vow to each other. So it was a mutual thing? Or was she just forced into it? The fall of the Taira clan. In 1185, the Taira clan was defeated in the battle at the Battle of Danora, spelling its ruin. Tomoshige, who had fled from place to place, as if to desperately avert his eyes from the Taira clan's decline, ultimately did not participate in the decisive battle at Danora. Came to know the Taira clan's downfall while I think we've read this before. Like this part. Terrified of being hunted down by Sato of the Minamoto clan, Tomoshige regained his senses upon seeing Sato's unbroken composure. I guess no, it's not. It's not old. Now believing that it lay with him to restore the Taira clan as one of its sole survivors, he swore an oath to his fallen clan that he would see it rise again one day. Tomoshige's resolve. With survivors of the Taira clan being hunted down across the country, Tomoshige continued to search for a way to turn the situation to his advantage. In the process, he suddenly remembered a box that his grandfather Tadamori had left the family, a tamatebako, offered by a fisherman that was said to contain the flesh of a mermaid. Although Tadamori had refused to accept it, a member of the clan had secretly hidden it in a storehouse back in their homeland. It was said that eating mermaid flesh would grant eternal life to whoever ate it. However, legend also had it that the meat was highly poisonous. Oops. With even a small bite being fatal. No one had wanted to eat it as a result, and it had ended up forgotten as the years went by. Believing that dying due to poison would hardly be any different from their fate if they were caught and killed, Tomoshige located the tamatebako and pried open the lid. However, all that was inside was a dried sliver of meat, so shriveled as to resemble a splint of wood. Dubious, Tomoshige pushed his misgivings aside and ate the meat, but felt no different than before. Believing that long years had robbed the meat of its power, and seeing the tamatebako as his only clue to find a mermaid, he boarded a small boat with Sato and set out to sea. Encounter with a mermaid. Believing that a mermaid would surely come to reclaim the tamatebako if it was truly linked to them in some way, Tomoshige continued to row the small boat into the sea of Aise. At the time, he was clad from head to toe in the armor of a warrior, and had with him the famed sword Nukemaru, an heirloom he had seized from his father Yorimori, whom he had scored as a disgrace to the clan. Sato, meanwhile, wore only a light kimono. After they had rowed for a while, a sudden mist descended over the sea around them, obscuring their surroundings. As Tomoshige and Sato looked around fearfully, they heard a small splash. Turning to look, the two gasped as they saw what appeared to be a human hand reach up from the water before grabbing onto the boat's edge. In a rush of water, a being with human features from the waist up and fish-like features from the waist down emerged from the sea, a mermaid. A human mermaid, that is, apparently. A real mermaid, one might say. Climbing into the boat, the mermaid screamed for them to give back the box before suddenly lunging at them. Damn, dude. Too stunned to think clearly, Tomoshige drew his sword and slashed the mermaid. There was a dull sound of the blade slicing through flesh, and the mermaid let out a piercing cry before diving back into the water and fleeing the area. Damn, dude. Still trying to process the sudden turn of events, Tomoshige glanced down and caught sight of a small piece of the mermaid's tail, apparently severed by his previous blow, lying in a pool of blood. He picked it up, only to find that it continued to twitch even as he held it. Finding himself too disgusted to try eating it immediately, he decided to stow it in the tamatebako for the present. So he coincidentally found the right way to use it. Eventually, after some hesitation, he forced Sato to eat it despite her protests. Wow! Great! Definitely what you do to a loved one. They waited a while, but no change seemed to come over her. But I guess they both had turned into immortals already, eh? Tomoshige's death. Thinking that the amount of mermaid flesh simply hadn't been enough, Tomoshige made to pursue the mermaid, but as he did, So as he did so, he noticed the mist around them had cleared. As the two looked around, they realized that their small boat was surrounded by ships belonging to a band hunting down remnants of the Tyra clan. Damn. Alarmed, they tried to flee, but with their attackers pressing in on them from all sides, were unable to find any means of escape. Also, though, this would mean that he would have eaten his mermaid flesh at least several days, right, before Sato. So if Sato only has like 2 days left to live here, wouldn't he already be dead? Or maybe he found another mermaid to eat, or, you know. I guess maybe we'll get some answers. Amidst the chaos, I mean, I'm assuming that he is Ikoma, but I guess we will see. Amidst the chaos, Sato was struck in the head by an arrow and fell into the sea. Tomoshige, still determined to retaliate, continued to frantically resist with his sword. However, he was vastly outnumbered, and unable to break through his attacker's ranks, was ultimately cut down in a single stroke. On the brink of death, Tomoshige's gaze fell on the crests worn by his pursuers. Consumed by bitter regret at his failure to restore his clan, he directed the full brunt of his resentment toward these symbols as he sank beneath the waves, cursing his enemies and clinging to his vindictive hatred until the very end. So that's why that crest, that symbol, is tied to how to use the curse. And maybe the curse can kill. Fucking why can't I remember her name? It's not Satsuki. Tsukasa. Maybe the reason she could kill Tsukasa despite her not having a mirror anymore and probably not carrying around any other symbols. Maybe she's a direct descendant of those people and might not even know about it, but Kikuko does or something. Or I guess maybe she does know because Yamashina is a descendant and she knows that, and since they're both, supposedly at least, his daughters, she would know. Maybe. Curse of Tomoshige. Yeah, now we know a little more about it, I guess. The curse born from Taira no Tomoshige's feelings of malice and resentment when he was struck down 800 years ago following the fall of the Taira clan. Part of the clan's main lineage, Tomoshige had been seeking mermaid flesh in a bid to attain immortality with the goal of eventually reviving the Taira clan, but was killed before realizing his dream. The curse uses a specific symbol as its target, and kills those who carry that symbol within the area specified by the user by cleaving them in two. Its effective range is several hundred meters. So either this means, Ikoma is not Tomoshige, or you don't have to die to leave behind a grudge. Or I guess since his real body, quote-unquote died, maybe it still counts. Lending credence to maybe the immortals not even being real. That also made me think, though. What was it that I thought? Right. If we, for the real, ritual to get rid of the curse and whatnot, if we need a descendant of so-and-so, and that is supposed to be Yuza, but Yuza's an immortal, does his immortal, replacement body count as, as the bloodline, since, it wouldn't actually be his original physical body? Or is it more of a spiritual deal, rather than bloodline, physical blood? Who can say? I guess it rebuilds the body so perfectly that even the blood is the same. I don't know, I think we're probably not supposed to think about that much. So this is the curse of Taira no Tomoshige that grew over 800 year long years. Taira no Tomoshige? Never heard of it. He wasn't exactly what you'd call a historically important figure, even within the Heike. Seems he sought out the mermaid's power of immortality to restore the Heike, but his pursuit ended in failure. That resentment, it must have dwelled within Tomoshige's bronze mirror, eventually turning it into a curse stone. Most likely. Then the symbol on the hand mirror and the business card were the true curse target.
That's what I've been saying all along, bro. So that's what it was? If only we'd realized it sooner.
I did! I told you to throw it away, but you didn't listen. Well, what's done is done. Don't be too hard on yourself. Also, I think it would have been cleverer if if we had needed to throw away the tamatebako, into the water. I think the gameplay part of that could have been made more interesting that way. Also, we haven't had any of the meta funny gameplay bits like the sound thing in the first game, and I thought that was fun. I thought it was cool. But maybe people didn't like it, and so they decided to have less puzzly gameplay bits.
I think that's a shame.
Well, what's done is done. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Kikuko mentioned that she got her curse stone from Ikoma, right?
Exactly. To think that slippery snake was sneaky enough to put the curse markers on his own business cards. That Ikoma guy's seriously dangerous. That was way too close.
You'd think we were cautious, especially since it seems he's after the tamatebako too.
Yeah, seems like working without him turned out to be the right call.
Although he may grow suspicious if he can't contact Kikuko anymore. Considering he's after the tamatebako, there's a chance he might still chase after us.
We need to keep our guard up. I think it's safe to assume he already knows about Miss Somakawa and the tamatebako.
I do wonder why he told us to go look for the still-time mirror too.
Well, it's not his mirror, this mirror, and we've got no reason to follow his orders anyway. I'd rather try to find out more about the mermaid as soon as possible.
You're right. We didn't learn anything from Kikuko.
Looks like we've got no choice but to continue our investigation of the island, shall we?
So another fish corpse shows up. Could you hold on for a moment?
Uh-oh. She didn't see you, did she? Huh? Someone's there. Ah! It's them. They've met before. Well, actually, no, he hasn't met them before, has he? But they've met at least one of us before.
Ah.
You. Maybe they have met. And another mysterious thing. And here, look,
There's a different thing still. Let's do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it.
unless we just gotta come back here.
See? 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 I told you!
Current state. Oh, there's current different states, huh? Start from standoff, I guess, with the mirror. Yes.
Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
Wait. What? Wait. I didn't. I guess. Cersei, pass the hand mirror you received earlier.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Take that, and some of this.
Ah.
Good thing she didn't immediately suspect us, I guess.
And now let me throw this away, too.
I can't say why, but I've got a bad feeling about this business card. There we go. I don't know why we started with a mirror, but I guess since we could throw it away easily, it didn't make much of a difference. I'll just sneakily toss it. Alright, I don't think anyone noticed. Don't think these would be of any problem.
That hand mirror from before, could it be dangerous?
What? No way, unless...
Huh?
Well...
It'd be so much easier if you had it.
Huh?
Why'd you suddenly throw away the mirror? This would have been so much easier.
Huh? Oh, the mirror. I don't know, I just felt like the right thing to do. Why do you ask?
I think it's not going as planned.
Like to get more info. Wait. Think. Wait, huh?
Pretty sure she has a curse on her.
I never noticed really that the particles here are moving, but I guess in sped up mode it becomes much more apparent. Should be okay to skip everything since it won't let us skip things we haven't read before, right?
Shibidibidi.
Private person. There. It didn't stop for me. I stopped by myself, but I think this is a good timing to stop skipping anyway.
Oh.
Did you just say Ikoma? No retreating here. Kipe Ikoma, you say, from Sala Planning? Indeed, just met him the other day and got his business card.
Huh? You have Mr. Ikuma's business card?
Well, not anymore. Oh, never mind. My bad. My bad. I must have left it at the inn.
I can't believe this.
Now things are different. Cersei?
What is it?
I figured it out. The condition.
Really? What is it?
It was hidden on the hand mirror all along. It's not very well hidden, but yeah. See that symbol over there? I just couldn't shake the feeling I'd seen it before. And sure enough, Ikoma's business card had the same symbol on it.
Oh, you're right.
This would have been way cooler if the game hadn't pointed out like this symbol for us just earlier. You know, if it had allowed me to throw the thing away just because I said so earlier, for example.
Oh well.
This mirror is suspicious, and as a business card with the same symbol as that suspicious hand mirror is equally suspicious. Simple as that.
So that's why you threw the card away earlier.
And the mirror, I guess. Oh, you noticed. Either way, seeing Kikuko's reaction to hearing we had one of his business cards told me everything I needed to know.
Enough with the whispering already.
Hey, the jig is up, young lady. The condition for your curse is the mysterious symbol inscribed on both the hand mirror and the business card. You see, we have nothing more to fear. Cersei, your turn.
Apologies, I'm going to have to be a bit rough. You may experience After Effects. No, not After Effects, the software for, video editing? What is it for? Anyway, good joke. Amazing joke. Hold on, let me do this here. Like, you know, if you are watching the recording, then you're definitely responding like this to right now. Hold on, I have it in a second. Yes. Thank you. And then we can get the stone anyway, eh? And so, we managed to apprehend Kikuko Tsutsui without having to kill her, yay! Apparently, Cersei's binding spell weakens those unrestrained, untrained in the spiritual arts and causes them to fall into a dazed, almost intoxicated state. Before losing consciousness, Kikuko quietly surrendered and handed over the curse stone. Yippee! Unfortunately, it appears she really knew nothing more about the mermaid after all. She didn't have any idea how Ikoma came into possession of a cursed stone either. To ensure that she couldn't interfere any further, we restrained her at her home and made sure she would remain asleep for the time being. I'd say that's better than having her turn into a cursed fish shit and dying.
Much later that very night, we learned that Kikuko had planned to massacre the island's residents using the hand mirrors she distributed. By sheer coincidence, our actions had also prevented a mass slaughter. Yippee!
Maybe it wasn't a total coincidence, though.
So, what about the curse stone? What's it like? I guess the scene's gonna play out just about the same. Slippery snake. Make him a guy. Maybe everything else is gonna play out the same now. Set and mirror. I guess we don't care about that anymore. Mermaids. No choice but to continue our investigation. And then somebody calls out to us, or maybe not anymore. Nope. Still meet them. Okay. It's still like this, but probably just because you can change the state and maybe both have events associated with this here or something. But I'd say what we just did must certainly be more favorable in every way. Right? By the way, what's the chart look like now? They've got beef. This guy seems like a bit of a loner, but he's got one best friend. Whom we don't know yet. Alright, let's go over here, I guess. Onoda Bridge investigation. Have we been on that bridge before? There might be stickers there. While pursuing another case, Yumiko and her partner find out that the mermaid corpse discovered in Futamigaura is that of a woman named Azusa Somikawa. The duo try to figure out what to do next. Onoda Bridge. Why am I not seeing stickers everywhere? Aha! Yeah. There's an achievement for getting 10. Midsummer Mockingbird Gathering. Yeah. Halfway there. I wonder if there's another event, like in the first game, where you get like 3 or 4 in one screen. This large building, a bridge spanning Onora Bay in Toba City, is known as the Onora Bridge. I hear that the waters of the bay are rich in nutrients, making them ideal for oyster farming. You can see the rafts used floating in the bay. Oh, oysters! Very nice. Oyster harvesting only begins in October, though, so I'm afraid they are out of the season right now. Oh, darn it all. I knew Oyster lobsters were only available from October. Well, lobsters were only available from October, but to think we won't be able to eat oysters either. Please don't look so sad, ma'am. We can always come back some other time. Onora Bridge. Toba City. Mountains and shit. Character for hemp. Maybe we can see something special. I was going to turn this on looking for stickers, but then I found one normally, so... We're still going to do it, though. I guess I've learned the appeal of bird watching via playing this game. Right? That's exactly why people watch birds, so they can get stickers. Soda gives off the impression of being all business, but he often goes along with any suggestions I make to stop and take in the scenery. Despite appearances, I think he quite enjoys quiet moments like this. Now then, as much as I'd like to relax and enjoy our surroundings, shall we take this chance to review the current situation and talk about our next move? A sound idea, yes. First, Detective Ida contacted us this morning. informing us that a mermaid corpse had washed up in Futamigaura. I wonder if he's going to end up being important again.
That good old Ide.
He's the mastermind behind everything. However, when we went to investigate, we discovered that the corpse was in fact that of Miss Somikova, whose whereabouts we were looking into. She had been transformed into a fish by a curse.
Quite the troublesome development. She was shaping up to be a key figure in a number of incidents. With that in mind, the most likely culprits are the two foreigners we ran into the day before yesterday in Ithaca.
Damn. Onto them, huh? Yes, one of them was seen taking Miss Somikova out to sea by boat. Yeah, we did know about that, so I guess it makes sense that they'd be suspicious. I regret not doing more to pursue them at the time. It's possible we could have saved her if we had.
I'm sorry, that was poor judgment on my part.
Well, I mean, it was her wish to die like that anyway, so I'm not sure how much she could have done, really. Then the other half of the pair was a young exorcist with ties to the paranormal affairs.
I believe her name was Circe, yes? That's also quite worrying. I wonder what she could be up to.
They're not bad people.
If it turns out she's been using curse stones on ordinary people, we at Paranormal Affairs would probably be held responsible. Though I doubt the Bureau would agree to act as a custodian for someone who would behave so recklessly.
I'd like to believe some manner of circumstances are at hand, yes.
Well, I suppose if anything happens, I can just get the higher-ups to take responsibility. That's what higher-ups are for, aren't they? Being responsible for their subordinates.
I think you'll find that that's a saying used by superiors as a goal, not by subordinates to shirk responsibility. Well, they should take responsibility. Despite her abilities, I doubt that girl would be able to use the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Regardless of who wielded it, I think it's safe to say that a curse stone was involved. Right, I guess he was saying she couldn't have used it without the stone. Not that she couldn't have used the stone.
Agreed. We have two people from the same town falling victim to the same curse after all. I think it's reasonable to assume this was due to overzealous use of a curse stone.
Well, yes, the first victim was Tamiko Suma, who succumbed to the curse 2 days ago. The second was Miss Somikova from yesterday. Well, look, man, the first one wasn't our fault, okay? The second one also wasn't like our fault, but it was our doing. The state they were found in hasn't been publicly disclosed, so they're still being officially treated as missing.
Still, a curse stone for housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish, eh?
Is something wrong?
The curse of the Forsaken Fish is one of the curses mermaids can use, you see. For it to have become a curse stone, the mermaid in question must have experienced overwhelming resentment. An example might be if they were killed while bearing a powerful grudge against someone.
Well, that might just be accurate. That sounds like it would be a rare event indeed.
Why do I get the feeling there was a mermaid who died like that, though? Who was it? It feels like their name is on the tip of my tongue.
Could it be could it be a memory from that time? What time? Although I imagine many of your older memories have faded by now.
I have to try and remember. What was the name of the mermaid who died while harboring strong feelings?
Like, fucking... Yeah, it's definitely in our files. It's just... like something with an A. Yase... Sai... something. History, I guess.
Taishima might have the name on it.
No. Southern Sea Disaster, Tales of Issa... Mermaids. No... Which one? Isabey? Wait, Hayase. Oh, it was Hayase, right? Not Sobaya or Nagame, it was Hayase, I think.
I think. Like Kaguya's maid. Hayase. That's right, her name was Hayase. I can't believe it. I'd completely forgotten, but it just suddenly popped into my head.
Oh, so there was a mermaid who died like that, was there?
There was, I finally remembered. One of the mermaids who lived near Taishima 400 years ago was called Hayase.
I mean, there's still a big mystery about Yumeko here, right? Why can't she see specifically immortal people like that? How old is she really? Is her age not being disclosed just a haha, women don't want their ages to be known? Or is it something more mysterious, which is probably the case? Also, this updated, I guess. I guess the fact about her being another illegitimate child and maybe the relation to Ikipe. While aimlessly drifting... Okay, wait, hold on. Let's see. First effect, this is new. Scant luck with men, no, that's old. While aimlessly drifting from job to job, unable to find something she wanted to do, Kikuko happened to meet Kippei Ukuma, who was the president of one of the companies she ended up working for. It was then that Kippei revealed a surprising secret to her. Kikuko was in fact the illegitimate child of a wealthy tycoon, one Yoshiatsu Yashina. Oh, Yamashina. So she didn't know that before that, okay. So he even told her that, so that could be a lie, maybe. And had been entrusted to a childless couple to raise as their own. Kikuko had always believed herself special in some way, and learning that she was originally of high birth only served to validate that belief, leading to her developing a strong sense of pride. Yeah, I could very well see that just being a lie, and Ikoma just using that because he had a read on her, that she'd be willing to believe that easily. Upon learning of Kikuko's background and taking note of her dissatisfaction with her current lot in life, Kippei opted to try and make her his pawn by skillfully manipulating her sense of self-importance. Or it could be that too. His endeavors paid off, tired of what she had perceived as a stifling, monotonous life and driven by both her admiration for Kippei and a desire to be recognized by Yoshiatsu so she could live the life she believed she deserved. Kikuko agreed to return to Kamishima and act as his agent there. Fueled by her ambitions and exhilarated by the sense that she had become the star of one of the spy movies that had been so popular in her childhood, Kikuko's mind was set. She no longer cared if people died or her hometown was destroyed as long as it meant she could fulfill her goals. She was captured during the invasion of Taishima and died after being brutally tortured. This is the first I've heard of mermaids living near Taishima. Really? I guess everyone else heard about it, but not this group yet. Oh right, your ancestor Harukage Tsuchimikado must have left them out of his records. The reason Taishima was invaded in the first place was to find those mermaids, you see. I see. I was unaware of the exact reason for the invasion. It's understandable. A deliberate effort was made not to mention mermaids in any of the records left after the fact. I suppose hiding the map inside a mermaid mummy was intended to be a metaphor of sorts. I can't believe I forgot something so important. But if that curse stone is related to what happened on Taishima 400 years ago, it likely has some link to the curse of the raging waves as well. If we can view the memories contained in it, we might be able to learn more about the curse of the raging waves. Oh. I wonder, could the keepsake Harukage left behind using the map have been the curse stone holding the curse of the Forsaken Fish? I see, that's certainly a possibility. In that case, it's not unthinkable someone might have gotten hold of it recently, and there's a high chance it was those two foreigners. Wowee. Nice conclusion to draw there. Alright, we've narrowed down our focus. It seems a change in priorities is needed. Let's find the curse stone for the curse of the Forsaken Fish as soon as possible. That should be the most efficient course of action, I think. Agreed. It's looking increasingly likely that that pair of foreigners has the curse stone. Yes, we did just go to Ijika to see if we could find any leads on where they could have headed. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find anything promising. I wonder where they could have gone. Oh, maybe some island. We also still don't know why they approached Miss Homikawa. Could they be after the mermaid's relic? If I'm not mistaken, that girl, Cersei, did mention the relic. Were they looking to take it for themselves? But where would they have headed afterward? Heimshime.
Kamishima, that's where they are.
What? Kamishima? I thought we decided we weren't going there today. Failed to find any promising leads yesterday after all.
No, something's telling me they went to Kamishima, and I get the feeling this is a hunch I shouldn't ignore.
Yeah, don't ignore me.
Alright, let's head to the port in Toba City. We'll catch a ferry to Kamishima from there.
I guess the trip doesn't take too long. Yahoo! Aha! But mysteriously... this is in the same state as this was, but this one is not, you know... Like, this doesn't look like we can do anything else here. So it has to be unlocked some other way, right? Could just be some more secret hidden business, though. Or like something opens up in between this and that. You know, there we gotta do something.
Who can really say?
Yumiko believes the key to dispelling the curse of the raging waves lies in the curse of the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone.
She arrives in Kamishima to trace the steps of those two foreigners.
Who didn't kill anyone just now, by the way. I made sure of that. I see. So you would be Mrs. Shiki, and you say you're a member of the police department currently looking after Cersei. You know, what if... You know, I mean, this is not... How do I go about this? She can, you know, since she has that vision, and she apparently might have memories and be older and all that, she could be a mermaid, maybe? And maybe her husband is actually the Dragon King or whatever, and the home she wants to return to is Zuru. That's why it's so noteworthy that she, you know, keeps talking about him, but... I don't know. Member of the police department looking after Cersei. My apologies for all the trouble young Cersei caused you the other day. She's quite the mischievous little lady, I'm afraid.
Oh, not at all. She certainly has some pluck for one so young. Took us quite by surprise, in fact. You would be Cersei's guardian, then?
Oh no, we're related, to be sure, but she's really more my guide, come bodyguard, if anything else. If anything.
I see. Since when was I your bodyguard as well?
Well, I mean, you kinda do that sometimes. Not in this timeline, though, because we didn't hold on to that business card.
I'm afraid that circumstances may dictate that we have to take Cersei back to Tokyo with us, though.
Is that so? That would be quite the bother.
Personally, I'd rather avoid having to do so as well. There's a case here that needs our urgent attention, you see. So I'd appreciate it if you cooperated without any fuss.
That would depend on what you ask, I'm afraid.
Well, first off...
Let me up. Okay, I think I still would have noticed it without the vision, but that one's slightly more hidden. Number 15. But maybe there's more. Or maybe not.
We currently stand in front of the Torii Gate at the top of the hill. The elevation gives us a beautiful view of both the town and the bay. People were starting to gather at the jetty, so we decided to move our conversation here.
Okay. Really, we did it to find more stickers, but that's another reason, I suppose.
This man, Avi, is apparently a fantasy writer, but he comes across as quite the shifty sort.
What? He's trustworthy and cool, okay?
I don't doubt he'll start trying to throw us off his trail the moment he senses danger. I'll have to watch my step around him. Cersei is currently meant to be in the care of paranormal affairs, but has been shirking her training to travel around the country instead. She's very talented for one so young, and has a lot of guts too. I can't help but root for people like her. More than anything, I know how they feel. I'd like to leave her be if possible. Who the fuck is this? Soto is keeping a close eye on Avi and Cersei for me. It's thanks to his clear understanding of our respective roles that I can focus fully on the conversation at hand. Soto, what do you make of these two?
I can sense an ominous spiritual energy lingering around them. It's all but certain that they have curse stones.
I see. We don't have time to play games then. It seems like a direct approach will be best here. Wait, you mean both of them have a curse stone? Have curse stones?
Yes, both of them. Okay, so we gave the one back to Cersei. But I doubt she'll be able to use them, that one against either of us. Not that she would. The girl is managing to camouflage the energy from the stone she has, but I managed to catch sight of it for a moment.
So we're dealing with two curse stones, are we?
The energy from the curse of the raging waves is currently permeating the island. It's so strong I almost missed the energy from the curse stones.
By the way, Cersei, I was told to tell you to return to Tokyo at once if I saw you. What? But I don't want to. I thought you'd say that. Well, I was only asked to tell you, no more, no less. What you choose to do with the message is up to you. Thanks, I think. If you want to know what happened, ask Abby. I will, thank you.
Alright, homie.
What were you doing down at the jetty just now?
So you didn't see anything that happened before that, then? Not the best way to be not suspicious.
Would it be inconvenient for you if we had?
Nonsense. My hands are as clean as my conscience. Not a spot of inside, I assure you. I mean, we didn't kill anyone, so yeah.
Never mind that for now. We don't have the time. There are several things we want to ask you.
Oh, and what would those be?
It's no use trying to play innocent. We know you have the curse stone you housing the curse of the forsaken fish.
What's that? A curse stone? I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest what you're on about.
Avi, they already know. Just give up already.
What's this? Stabbed in the back by my own kin, no less. How could you?
Its spiritual energy is too powerful to hide. I can tell that man over there has already noticed it. Thank you for the help. You saved us quite a bit of trouble just now. Does that mean you'll let us go? I'm afraid we won't be able to let you do just yet, no. After all, you have a curse stone as well, don't you? Yeah, I do. We ran into someone who was trying to use it earlier, so I took it off them. Is that so? Honestly, I'd rather you took it off my hands if possible.
Huh.
You don't seem to be planning to do any harm with it. I suppose we can leave that topic for later. So, why are you letting Avi here walk around with the curse of the forsaken fish? To let him live out his dreams, I suppose.
Huh.
I'm afraid that makes for a poor reason.
Alright, I admit it. It was all me. I didn't want to give it up, so I asked Cersei if I could hold on to it. I just couldn't let it go, no matter not after learning it had such a close link to mermaids.
I see. So that is the curse stone for the curse of the forsaken fish.
How did you come into possession of that curse stone? Well, it would be a bit of a long story. It all started when I found a mermaid mummy left by my great-grandmother in the old family storage back in the States. That mermaid mummy ended up containing a map, one with a riddle to be solved, no less. That riddle led us to a mysterious box on the seabed. And once we'd solved the puzzle, sealing the box shut, we found this curse stone nestled within.
Oh, a mermaid mummy, you say? He's being truthful. It seems that the keepsake passed down by your ancestor was indeed a curse stone, then.
Huh? By the way, I thought I heard you say something about the Onmyoji who sealed away the curse stone just now. Am I correct in thinking that they were the ancestor of this young man here?
That's right, he was an Onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado. It's said that he hid a clue to the lifting of a certain curse within a mermaid mummy, hence our search for the object in question.
I see, and the mermaid mummy ended up crossing the Pacific, passing from hand to hand until it reached my great-grandmother. It's quite the miracle that this curse stone is here with us today. Almost romantic, don't you think?
I suppose you could say that, yes.
It's quite the miracle.
So, there's no doubt that Miss Somikawa was transfigured into a fish by the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And it's looking extremely likely that you have the curse stone that would make that possible.
I mean, we've admitted as much after this dialogue.
No more excuses. Tell us what really happened.
Ugh.
I mean, you know, honesty is the best policy, especially in this case.
All right, you've got me. I'll talk. Though don't blame me if the tale ends up being too incredible for your ears.
I see. It would seem Miss Somikawa had quite the twisted obsession with mermaids. And you sought to grant her wish by using the curse of the Forsaken Fish, is that right?
Well, we didn't really seek to grant it. But she was dying and drowning anyway, and it was like... and from a gameplay perspective, I literally couldn't not, so... Correct. I know exactly how it feels, you see. The burning desire to see your dreams realized. And the overwhelming despair upon learning that they can never be. The desperate hope to see even the slightest part of your wish fulfilled at the end. Perhaps that's why I couldn't ignore her wish, the wish to meet her and her end at the hands of her mermaid's curse. Hearing Miss Somikawa's fervent plea and seeing her cast herself into the water like that, I knew this was the ending she wanted for her tale, and so I decided to grant it, an elegy for a woman bound by her lineage and consumed by her obsession.
I see. I understand where you're coming from, and I can't say I don't sympathize with your feelings on the matter. The fact that she entered the water of her own accord must also be taken into account. I imagine it would have made rescuing her quite difficult.
Oh, then you're willing to give me a pass, are you?
I'm afraid that isn't my decision to make.
Ugh.
Once we've finished our business on Kamishima, I imagine you'll have to come along with us to the office back in Tokyo.
And I guess since this, right, the curse thing, I think happens before we do the diving, and that's probably when we end the curse, that part will probably not be erased. So, yeah, you'll have to deal with that, but I'm sure it's fine.
I'll do my best to see if some sort of arrangement can be reached, though. And by that I mean I'm going to get somebody else to take care of that, because I'm not fucking dealing with it.
Oh, how kind of you. Good thing I thought to ask.
Thank you for telling us what happened with Miss Somikawa. As for now, I don't see any reason to doubt your version of events.
My thanks. I'll leave the negotiating up to you then. I wonder if we had gone with the other tale, where we did kill the Kikuko, if we had, been given less credence. Probably.
Now, putting your return to Tokyo aside, the biggest issue at hand is whether or not you were complicit in this use of the curse stone. Curse stones are dangerous things. They should be viewed in the same light as bombs or poison gas, and treated with the same amount of care. Allowing one to be used in your presence is also naturally forbidden.
Well, she wasn't around when we used it, so...
You're currently in the care of Paranormal Affairs. If you're found guilty of misconduct, you'll be subject to punishment under our rules. That figures, yeah. I'm glad you understand. Either way, it's the higher-ups who will end up taking responsibility, so I'm happy to leave things there up to them.
Haha.
If you want to know what happened, ask Abby.
Okay. So they found a map hidden within the mermaid mummy and followed it to find a strange box on the seabed. Even if the mermaid mummy had remained in my family's possession, we may not have managed to uncover all the secrets it hid. Perhaps it's for the best the map passed into their hands in the end.
As much as I'm reluctant to admit it, you may be right. Although I get the feeling that Avi will let it go to his head, so perhaps we should keep this to ourselves.
Perhaps all the best of them. Still no check mark. By the way, did you happen to glimpse the resentful memories contained within that curse stone? I did indeed. A veritable deluge of information, and 400-year-old information at that. Was the way to lift the curse of the raging waves included in that information? It certainly was.
Ah. That's it. That's what we've been looking for.
I see. So you're searching for the way to lift some curse or other, eh?
That's the long and short of it. Will you let us have the curse stone of yours, then? It's too dangerous to leave unaddressed as it is, so we can't leave it with you either way.
But that must just feel so unfair, you know? I was the one who found the map and solved the riddle. Why, the curse stone would still be at the bottom of the sea if it wasn't for me. And it's hardly been cheap, running back and forth like this. I don't know if I could just give you something so important for nothing in return.
Looking to take advantage of the situation, are we?
I mean, it's kind of fair, though.
Yikes.
Ha! Judge me all you want. I'm at the end of my rope here, you know.
So what is it you're after, then? Money?
Well, first of all, I'd like you to turn a blind eye to the fact I used the curse stone. And I'd like you to spill the beans on any knowledge you have on mermaids as well.
Turning a blind eye might be a bit much, I'm afraid. All I can promise there is an attempt to reach some good sort of deal. In any case, we don't have time to mess around. I really would appreciate it if you cooperated without any further fuss. If you don't, we may end up having to get a bit rough.
Well, it's gonna be a psychic duel. Oh, intimidation, is it? But if you think your boorish threats scare me, think again. My trusty bodyguard here will.
Sorry, but no, I don't feel well, and we're at a disadvantage here anyway.
Go over before it even began.
A wise decision, young lady.
So that's your game, is it? Abusing your authority to seize the property of a defenseless, powerless civilian? State violence. State violence, I say.
You do have a curse stone, though. I doubt anyone would object to use of force against an opponent carrying a lethal weapon.
Not if that weapon literally can't be used against either of you. What, seriously? This is really the end of the line, then?
Well, if it's really just information on mermaids you want, I'm not opposed to telling you that much. Only within the bounds of what I know, though. Would that be acceptable?
What, you mean it, really? Huzzah! Now that's an offer I can't refuse. Consider the deal done and dusted.
Ma'am, it's best we can get things settled without a fuss. Besides, I don't think it should be a problem now.
Well, she probably has a lot of info. Let's see if she's actually going to be truthful, though, and give us all of it.
Perhaps it's fun.
Okay. Well,
I'll tell you what you want to know about the mermaids, and in exchange you'll hand over your curse stone. Do we have a deal?
We do indeed.
Yeah, I wanted that check mark. So, what is it you want to know about mermaids, then? Though I'd wager you're after the secret of immortality.
Immortality? Oh no, all I want is to meet a real live mermaid. 'Tis naught but dreams and adventures that drive me.
Really, that's it?
I mean, hey, he was like, hey, if I can get immortality, by the by, then I'll take it. But he was never like, I want to be immortal.
Well, even if you had been after immortality, I doubt it would have been possible.
Because you don't know we have the Tamatebaco? What, you mean the legends about mermaids being able to grant immortality are false?
They're not. I've encountered my fair share of people who have become immortal that way after all. There's even a word for these individuals. They're known as 800-year immortals.
I'm not sure we can really call that a word for immortals. It's like longer than, but hey, whatever. It probably sounds better, slash is, it's just not easy to translate from Japanese. 800-year immortals, eh? So they do exist. Incredible. What became of the third time Shima mermaid then? The one known as Nagame? She hasn't turned to Ryugu, has he? Returned to Ryugu, has she?
She hasn't. Sobaya is the only mermaid who returned to Ryugu in the end.
So is that the one we met, or rather saw in the water? I don't know. Oh, so she's still out there somewhere, roaming the mortal world as we speak? Probably her, right, that we saw?
You could say that, but you could also say that she's no longer there, here.
But also the one we saw didn't have a human body, right? So,
could that really be the same one? You could also say that she's no longer here.
What do you mean? Don't tell me she died.
Well, that also wouldn't be entirely accurate. Oh.
What is it, Cersei?
I think I've got it. Figured it out, have you?
What? Really? What do you mean?
Think back on what we heard before.
Before?
Well, there's not much point in digging it out, so I'll go ahead and tell you. The mermaid known as Nagame.
Became Shmooman? And it's you, maybe.
Sacrificed? No, that's the other one.
At least as far as we know. Sealed underground. I mean, maybe Sato became, but no, that doesn't really fit. Mummified? I don't think so.
Nagame gave up her existence as a mermaid long ago. She no longer lives as a mermaid, but as a human.
Ah, now that you mention it, that does sound familiar. But then who was that we met underwater?
I was already suspicious because that one didn't have a human body, but what was that? Who was that? Dun dun dun.
Anyway, and it's not the first time we had seen that figure either, right? You mean to tell me that story was true?
Oh, you've heard of these events before. I suppose Miss Somikawa must have heard about it from somewhere. But could a mermaid really have become human? Mermaids are originally from another world, right?
Normally, it would be unthinkable, yes. I mean, I guess also, it being her would make some sense because if we follow the inspiration of the Little Mermaid, then the reason she would have become a human would be because of love. And then her being so obsessed with her husband would make some sense.
Normally it would be unthinkable, yes. But it seems a certain talented psychic managed to make the impossible happen, at no small cost to himself, I might add. Wow, that's amazing.
You know something. I can't say I understand why she would do such a thing, though. Why not remain a mermaid? It seems like a bit of a waste to me. Well, I mean, humans might be just as cool to humans might be just as cool to mermaids as mermaids are to you.
Well, Nagame was a bit different from the other two mermaids, you see. They were serious and dutiful, but Nagame was strongly drawn to the mortal world and to the humans who live in it. I suppose you could say that she was the opposite of Miss Somikawa, in a way.
You don't say.
More than anything. It seems she was particularly drawn to the idea of becoming a human, finding the person of her dreams and marrying them, or of getting to be their bride. That's a pretty cute dream to have. I guess not all mermaids are the same, huh?
She could also just be a descendant of that, but then the whole husband thing would be less related. Indeed, to think that mermaids could harbor the same hopes and dreams as humans do. I must say that she sounds quite relatable.
Perhaps. I imagine she was viewed as quite the odd soul among her own kind, though. Then, a few decades ago, Nagame happened to meet a certain psychic. The two of them soon fell in love.
Okay, so the transformation was only a few decades ago. Well, that brings Yumiko as the one back into the picture quite realistically.
And Nagame, who wanted more than anything else to become that man's wife, asked him if there was any way she could become human. The psychic searched far and wide for a way to grant her wish, and after decades of toil, he found a secret and art that would allow her to do so.
Oh, such unconditional love. Such ardent devotion. A mermaid who wished to become human to be with the love of her life. Why, it's like the tale of the Little Mermaid reborn in the modern era. Truly a story to grip the heart. How could I not root for them with everything I have?
Are you sure? That would mean we don't have a mermaid to look for anymore, that you know.
No matter, if it was for the sake of sushi inspiring such... not sushi. Got fish on the mind. Of such inspiring passion, then I care not a whiff. So, Nagame became human in the end, yes? And the two of them lived happily ever after? I refuse to accept any other conclusion.
Well, that's more or less what happened, so I can say with certainty that Nagame the mermaid no longer exists.
Uh-huh. I see, so she's still alive out there, as a human. What a beautiful tale. Why, I wish I could meet her solely to offer my most heartful congratulations. No, I think wedding gifts are in order.
Maybe you already met her. Abi seems to be enjoying himself, but this means there's no chance of us meeting a mermaid anymore, right?
Ah, now that you mention it, that is a problem.
I thought so.
A question, Mrs. Shiki? I don't suppose there would be a way for us to go to Ryugu and meet a mermaid there, would there?
I'm afraid not. It's impossible for a flesh and blood human to cross over to the eternal world. Indeed, you'd have to be dead to have any chance of getting there.
Ah, just as I feared, there's little point in getting there without a life to savor it. Although, does that mean there's the chance that Miss Somikawa was able to make it to Ryugu in the end?
That I don't know, and not everyone ends up in Ryugu after death after all.
I see. I suppose we'll just have to hope that she was able to meet the mermaid she so admired in the afterlife.
That would be all I can tell you there. Are you willing to give us your curse stone now?
Well, knowing that we have no chance of meeting a mermaid now has thoroughly dashed all my hopes and dreams. But you did share with us a most charming tale of mermaid love and longing, so I suppose I can't complain. Here, the curse stone.
Thank you. Zodo, could you take a look at that for me?
Very well. See, they can all get along. It's all cool. I see. If you don't mind, there are a few details I'd like to confirm with you before continuing, Avi. Very well. Go ahead and ask anything you like. I'll even give you the map we used. It originally belonged to you and yours, after all.
Thank you, in that case. I see. I think I know how to lift the curse of the raging waves now. Finally, it certainly has been a long road to get here.
Still, you certainly are knowledgeable about mermaids. Where on earth did you get all this information from?
Well, let's just say I have my sources.
I suppose we can put this down to the vast knowledge of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well, eh?
Ah, he hasn't realized yet.
What do you mean?
It's nothing, don't worry about it.
Hope she at least tells him later.
Itensai Shiki's wife. Age is still a secret.
A woman who balanced her work and housework, refined appearance, actually adores her husband, winning the relation. Out of the 5 current full-time members, now wait, we've heard that too. Tetsu Tsutsumi, Solo Kiryu, Tramp. Yumiko's husband is a psychic by the name of Itensai Shiki, and Sodo is his cherished protege. Yumiko was formerly a mermaid by the name of Nagame, haha. Unlike her more serious compatriots, Hayase and Sobae, Nagame was free-spirited by nature and held a keen interest in both humans and the mortal world. She was even known to break the rules to sneak out and observe human society, something which often put her at odds with the other 2 mermaids, and led to her being viewed as something of a maverick. Maverick. When the entrance to Ryugu was sealed 400 years ago to suppress the curse of the raging waves, rendering the remaining mermaids unable to return home, Sobae was overcome by grief. However, Nagame was thrilled and seized the opportunity to travel the world at her leisure, which deepened the rift between her and Sobae. For the next 350 years, Nagame bore witness to the lives of countless humans around the globe, from every culture and era, and her yearning for life in human society continued to grow. She was particularly enamored by the concepts of marriage and becoming a bride, finding the idea of pledging one's life to someone and living hand in hand with them from then on enthralling. It was this she found herself longing for above all else. About 50 years ago, Nagame met a certain talented psychic in Japan. The 2 quickly fell in love, and Nagame, who by that point had begun to earnestly wish that she could give up being a mermaid and live among humans in the mortal world, asked him whether there was any way she could become a human. Hold on, let me sneeze. Wanting to fulfill her wish, the psychic began to search for a lost secret art that would allow her to assume human form. The 2 overcame countless hardships together in their quest for the art, and after decades of searching, they not only found it, but finally succeeded in perfecting it. And it only cost 700,000 human lives. However, the secret art that would grant Nagame her wish demanded a heavy price. For a mermaid, a being who lacked a mortal form in the material world, to gain a human body, the caster's own body would have to be sacrificed. Using this art would render them unable to live side by side as humans, as they had so long to do. The 2 agonized over their decision, despite their decades-long search. The different worlds in which they lived continued to keep them apart. As a mermaid, Nagame could neither join him on land nor appear before others. The life together they yearned for remained a distant dream. In the end, the 2 chose to use the secret art so they could be together in the mortal world, even when Nagame learned that the psychic Itensai Shiki only appeared young due to his supernatural abilities. Having been born in the Edo period, and already over 100 years old by that time, she loved him no less. I mean, yeah, she's older than that now, isn't she? Thus did Nagame the mermaid become Itensai Shiki's human wife, Yumiko Shiki, a name given to her by Itensai himself. Although the process of gaining a human body meant she lost many of the memories and abilities she had possessed during her time as a mermaid, she retained all the memories and feelings from her time spent with Itensai, which was more than enough for Yumiko. But what is that? Like, they made it sound like it couldn't be done, but then it could. What? To gain a human body, the caster's own body would have to be sacrificed. Using this art would render them unable to live. Huh? I feel like this must have been poorly translated or something. Oh, the caster's own body. I don't know. Which was more than enough for Yumiko. Since then, Yumiko has enjoyed a fulfilling life with her human nature and her relationship with Itensai bringing her immense joy. Because of this, she is insistent that her primary identity be that of a housewife, to the extent that she always chooses clothing that will allow her to return to tackling housework at a moment's notice. How cute. However, the human body she has gained still differs from those of regular humans. Although she appears to age slowly compared to those around her, it is entirely unknown how long her lifespan will end up being. Following her rebirth as a human, Yumiko decided to pay a visit to Sobae in the depths of Ise Bay to explain her decision and introduce her partner. Abandoning her form as a mermaid to become human was a grave violation of the rules they were bound to, and she expected Sobae to receive the news with utter contempt, if not sever her ties with Yumiko completely. But her expectations were pleasantly subverted. Sobae herself had since forged her own deep bond of love and trust with Mare Minakuchi. One that similarly transcended their respective species and understood her feelings. Thanking her for introducing Itensai to her. However, Sobae never showed herself to Yumiko again after that. After many twists and turns in their quest for happiness, the spirit of Itensai Shiki, who sacrificed his body so that Yumiko could live as a human, has come to dwell in the body of a small dog. Huh. I feel like we've heard something about a dog elsewhere. And he continues to enjoy retirement and a quiet life at Yumiko's side in his home in Tokyo to this day. So he's a dog now. That's cool, I guess. Even before his retirement, and despite his current form, he remained an active force in the industry, having devoted his time to such things as taking Sodo Kiryu on as his protege after discovering his potential, assisting with management of Paranormal Affairs Bureau for old time's sake, and sending Yumiko, who knew of the bureau and the work it did, to help out as one of its members. What an interesting tale. Let's move on to the topics of Circe's Curse Stone, shall we?
Alright, here it is.
That was quick.
One of the locals we ran into earlier was planning to use this curse stone and to cause a massacre, so we confiscated it.
Goodness, that's far more disturbing than I was imagining. It sounds like you were lucky to escape unscathed. Where's this local now?
We managed to subdue her after taking her curse stone. I don't think she'll wake up for a while, so could you get someone to come and take her away?
Alright, we'll make the necessary arrangements later. So, who was this would-be mass murderer and what exactly was she planning to do?
She said her name was Kikuko Tsutsui, rather. She didn't have any spirit sense to speak of, though. She tried to use her curse stone to get Avi to tell her what he knew about mermaids.
But my water bottle won't open. There it is.
But we managed to fend her off and take it from her.
That's right. She had hand mirrors and business cards marked with the symbol that serves as the target for the curse. And handed them out around the island in advance for whenever she needed to activate it. I mean, she wasn't responsible for the business cards. But maybe she also had her own business cards with a symbol on it. That could be.
A premeditated crime, in other words, and quite a thorough one too. That was quite a dangerous position you were in.
I'd say, if we hadn't caught on to her intentions, I've no doubt we'd be sleeping with the fishes by now. Well, maybe not, but she would be. Such is the nature of dealing with curses, I'm afraid. You never know when you might end up the target. No need to tell me twice. I've had quite enough of curses by this point. A prudent attitude. A curse's corruption starts from the heart. Indeed. I'll be sure to remember that. I suppose he has resistance to the curse's allures because, you know, he's a distant descendant of the Tsuchimikado guy. Ma'am, about the curse of the raging waves.
Hold on, let's finish dealing with this first. We'll talk about that afterward.
Understood.
Did you learn what this Kikuko was after in the end? To be honest, it hasn't all. I wasn't all that sure myself.
Apparently she was looking to get her hands on a mermaid to impress some tycoon called Yamashina. It seems that he's looking for a way to become immortal.
What? A tycoon called Yamashina who wants to become immortal?
It couldn't be. Oh, you know him?
Did she mention where she got the curse stone from? Could Yamashina have given it to her?
No, as far as we know, no.
Actually, it seems like that was someone else.
As Kikuko would tell it, she is Yamashina's illegitimate child, but he refuses to acknowledge her. While she was pondering ways to gain his approval, this young CEO, his apprentice, swooped in. He offered her a sympathetic ear and a curse stone to use as to accomplish her goal. I think that was the long and short of it.
Something like that, yeah. What? So there's someone else involved? It turns out we knew the CEO she was talking about too. We were pretty shocked. So the CEO was the original owner of the curse stone, was he? What is his name?
Are we gonna get killed by some other curse before we can spill the beans? He's a young man named Kippei Ikoma, although I dare say young isn't the first word that would come to mind when looking at him.
What? Kippei Ikoma? It can't be.
They didn't meet him, right? So they must know him from before this.
Huh? You know him too?
No, perhaps they simply share a name. The Kippei Ikoma they know about is the dead guy. Right, that's why I was so suspicious of him. Well, one of the reasons, I guess. Perhaps they simply share a name. The Kippei Ikoma we know about should have died 6 years ago. Huh? Died? What do you mean? Who gave us the intel about that person having died? Maybe it was somebody important after all, and we just didn't know.
Would you mind taking a look at this, Abi?
But yeah, that doesn't really look like him, does it? Maybe it does, I don't know. A portrait sketch? And who might this be?
The Kippei Ikoma you know wouldn't happen to look like this, would he?
Kippei Ikoma? Oh no, he doesn't look like this at all.
Yep, this isn't him. I see. Could you give us the curse stone you have, Cersei? Sure, here you go. Solo, would you mind taking a look at this one too?
Of course. This is Story of a Girl. The Curse of Tomoshige, and it has the power to cleave its target in two. Ma'am, this is it, the curse from the Toba case.
I thought so.
What's gotten everyone so excited all of a sudden?
Right, I suppose we should explain. The name of the man in the sketch I just showed you is Kippei Ikoma. He was killed 6 years ago, and his skeletal remains were recently found in Toba, and the guy you know must have stolen his identity or something.
I guess you know. I think I said this early on, but the idea that every 10 years, right, that's every time one of those killings happens, the guy that we know as Kippei Ikoma assumes a new identity and steals the one of the person he killed with a slashy curse. I think that idea now seems more likely than ever.
The cause of his death was a curse, one that kills his victims by slicing through them, bone and all. In other words, it's highly likely he was killed by the curse within the curse stone, the curse of Tomoshige. Huh? Wait, but wouldn't that mean...
You're telling me that this Kippei Ikoma was killed 6 years ago? By a curse wielded by Kippei Ikoma?
Yes, in other words...
The current Ikoma is an imposter. Ikoma was killed by his own curse. Past Ikoma traveled through time.
I think it's gotta be the top option, also known as the toption. The Kippei Ikoma you know, the company president, is a different man. He used his curse to kill the real one 6 years ago and assumed his identity.
What? You're telling me he isn't the real Ikoma?
I see, so that's how it is.
In that case, just who is the man calling himself Kippei Ikoma now? I can't say. but it seems like he's quite a dangerous fellow. Good thing we managed to take his curse stone, I'll say.
Yeah, at the very least, we shouldn't have to worry about him using his curse anymore.
Even though it is still suspicious to me that what we've seen from this curse stone was not slicing people in half at all. Could just be how you use it that makes a difference or something, but still.
By the way, I believe you said this Ikoma is Yoshiatsu Yamashina's apprentice.
So, if that's the case, then Yamashina had someone working for him who had a curse stone. Could Yamashina have been pulling the strings from behind the scenes? I kinda don't think so. But he's probably involved in some way.
It's possible. We should get in touch with Detective Ida and see if he can't take Yamashina in for questioning. With any luck, he'll be able to detain Ikoma as well. There's something wrong. We kind of already told Ikoma about the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone.
He did help us out earlier, after all. It only felt fair.
I suppose we can assume that information has reached the Yamashina as well, then. Alright, he also asked us to look for a bronze mirror that's used to lift the curse of the raging waves. The Still-Tide mirror, I think. The Still-Tide mirror, eh? Just what could he be planning? Either way, it seems we'll have to keep an eye out for any movements on his end.
Maybe the mirror is actually gonna make things worse rather than better.
Ah yes, we were hoping you could tell us do us a little favor, Cersei. It seems you don't have a mermaid to be searching for anymore, so perhaps you could use that extra time to help us out. What do you think, Avi?
Very well, permission granted.
How kind of you. It's nothing strenuous, I assure you. We just want you to find out Kippei Ukuma's current whereabouts, that's all.
That might be dangerous.
Oh, so just an ordinary chore then? We want to focus on getting the curse of the raging waves lifted as soon as possible, you see. It would be a huge help if you could pin him down in the meantime. He's definitely up to something, and most importantly, you know what he looks like. We'll ask a detective from the Mie police to look into things here too, but one can never be too cautious.
Both his true identity and goal remain unclear. Be very careful when dealing with him.
I guess that means we'll have to go back to the mainland for now.
We do have some time left before the last ferry is set to sail, I suppose.
Okay then, I do want to find out what's going on too, so we'll see what we can do here, do there.
It seems we'll be helping you out with your work then, in that case. Please do consider putting in a word on my behalf.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
It's the least you can do.
We appreciate the help. If you learn anything of note, leave a message at the station, alright? Got it. I suppose we should see about lifting the curse of the raging waves then. Let's get in touch with Detective Ida first. We can find Wakamuda after that and see if we can't get him to cooperate.
Understood. Let's be on our way then.
Okay.
Ah, there it is. Point of contact. A split from here. Right, instead of seeing her all sad, things go out differently, that's better. Yeah. Probably. I kind of want to go diving to see if we can encounter that mermaid again. Or whatever that was. Let's just take a little glimpse. Is this different? No. Is it? Now we have all the vision. Are there any question marks out in the distance, maybe? Maybe question marks still don't show up from a distance, or there just aren't any anymore because we found them all. That would be good for our sticker collecting needs. But it would also be bad for our sticker collecting needs because then where the fuck else would they be? Come on. Balloons. Alright, fine, I'm leaving. I'm leaving already. Didn't see anything interesting. But I was kind of just collecting shit, so maybe I'll have another run where I just don't even gather stuff and just look. Didn't get that 10 times multiplier. But hey, we're still ranked up. I suppose that I should also make my goal, you know, maxing out all the stats. Let's go that way. Oh, wait. What? Oh. Dive failed. I guess that adds to our death count. So yeah, I guess we never really tried diving down there again. But now we have, and it turns out it's not a good idea, not right now anyway. Let's get at least one thing. Any abalones we find, maybe. I'm guessing we've reached the end of the rope. The rope is holding us back. Burp. Oh, there's a question mark. I'm guessing that's... Ooh, hello. Whoa. That's 800 points just like that. And the beloved sticker. Didn't even know we could find a lobster or whatever. Maybe we can still get that 10 times multiplier or something. Hey. Might not be able to, but hey, we found another sticker. There's another balloon. Don't think we can get it. Yes, we can, and we'll get this too. And now we leave. With our amazing swimming capabilities now. Surely we'll find... Our rope is kind of far away. Seems a little wrong, but hey, it's fine. Maybe there's an achievement for having caught a lobster, and with it maybe all types of... Ah, one-off shield. Oh well. Boom. Swimming masters. Hey, reach diver rank 17, catch an Isa lobster. Let's go. And a bird. Only 8 remaining. Dude, a lobster. Talk about the lobster. Talk about the lobster. Is that an abalone? Yeah, but I caught a lobster. Wait, you rank 17 already? I don't know if my boat's gonna have room for all the seafood. Huh? All this alone. Really no comment on the lobster? But it's such a good find. Oh well.
I suppose that's enough then.
But now we're diving masters. I was kind of hoping this guy would be this guy's best friend, but not yet, I guess. It'll remain a mystery, but these two are also bestest of buddies. And he is the only, or rather maybe she. Tango and Turkey. Nope, his feet. Fleet footwork. He doesn't like her, he's the only one who hates her. The song's just too good.
Anyway.
That was a nice little dive experience, right? Maxed out our level and found a lobster. And another sticker. Great success. From Unkakudono to the Curse of the Raging Waves, Sato and Tsukasa run around the island searching for answers to the mountain of problems before them.
Let's think back to what has happened.
Oh no.
After calming down Tsukasa, who had the wrong idea after seeing me with Shotaro by the beach.
So that still did happen.
I explained at the Kantexho ruins that I was immortal and that Mr. Wakamura was planning to hand me over to someone called Onkakudono. The two of us searched for a way to stop the curse of the raging waves. We also stopped by the Wakamura home to apologize to Shotaro, but no one was there. After that, we met with Tsuyu, and I learned about who Mare Minakochi truly was, as well as how the curse of the raging waves had been kept at bay by the bronze mirror she left behind. We also ran into Azami. He looked desperate, saying the Kameshimaru hand mirrors that Kikuko had given me was dangerous, and he was going around collecting them.
So that is now also happening here.
Tsukasa and I handed ours over to him too.
But for Tsukasa, maybe apparently that's not good enough.
Then after that...
But I guess also at this point, it wouldn't matter anymore because we caught her, right? Unless that isn't part of the setup yet. I don't know.
Then after that...
Still August 7th, afternoon.
Can't find Mr. Wakamura anywhere. We need to tell him about that bronze mirror as soon as possible. Yeah. Oh. It's those two. Oh yeah, they're the ones who were looking for the old man's place. Excuse me.
Maybe now we'll find out if this happened before or after what we just played.
Oh, if it isn't Sato. Good timing. I've got something to discuss if you don't mind. Oh, alright. I actually have something to ask myself. Huh? Since when did you two know each other? Alright, we actually talked a bit after the last time we met. These two are from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. They're here to lift the curse of the raging waves. Wait, seriously? Since when does the police deal in curses? We're a special unit dedicated to things like this. I hope we can be of help.
No, I thought that was a sticker for a second. Ah! Wait, that's not a sticker. But wait, what's that doing here?
Huh?
Sato? Something wrong?
Oh, no. It's just that there's a Kameshimaru keychain lying on the ground here. Ah, you're right. Just check the poor thing out here. Yeah, I almost missed it. I'll rescue it.
Yippee. That's the second one we picked up. But I don't think I have a collectible thing for that, like the stickers. Mysterious. I don't see stickers. I don't see any stickers. Ah, I see a sticker. Yay. Getting ever closer.
You end up passing through this intersection no matter where you go on the island. A narrow path with a gentle breeze. It makes for a nice, peaceful afternoon. Just the perfect place to ambush somebody to stab them.
Oh, the well.
There's an old well here. These days, most houses have running water, so it isn't used anymore.
Most houses? Not all of them?
In the story that Tsuyu told us earlier, bronze mirror was apparently found at the bottom of this very well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Can't even imagine how Maria managed to find it here. That's some real tenacity. She seems like she's accepting it, but even Tsukasa probably didn't get everything from that quick explanation. Can't blame her though. I still don't fully understand it myself. You spoke with them yesterday, Sato? Yeah, they're specialists from a special unit called the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. They even saw right through me. Wait, you mean they figured out you're immortal? Yep, first time anyone's mentioned that. Wow, I guess real professionals can figure out things like that.
I think it's rather specific to her.
That's the town clock, which is sort of the symbol of the street. Standing quietly at the town center, its gentle ticking marks the years as it watches over people's lives.
Uh-huh.
That cloak must be so hot. How does he stay so calm and collected?
'Cause he's so cool. Thank you for your time the other day.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. But why is she dressed like that, like a housewife? She doesn't look like police at all.
Well, she's rather peculiar.
Mind if I start from my side, then? Oh, not at all. The good news is we figured out how to lift the curse of the raging waves.
So this is after the other one.
Really? You have? Well, seriously? That's huge. The bad news is that we need a few things to do it. We're in the middle of tracking them down. If that's the case, then let us help you. Yeah, what do we need? Well, the first is called the Still-Tide Mirror. A mirror used to hold back the curse of the raging waves.
I know it.
We know where that is. At least I think we do. You do? We just heard about it from Tsuyu Minakuchi. I see. 5 years ago, Mare Minakuchi tried to break the curse with that mirror, but it failed. That explains why people blamed her for the Southern Sea disaster. If that mirror from back then is still here, then it is very likely to be the Still-Tide mirror. But for some reason the bad guys also want it. I mean, maybe they just want it so that nobody else gets their hand on it. Also, let me do something real quick. The Switcher was being fucking shitty. Oh well. But yeah, let's assume it's what we need and want for now. Yes, that was what I wanted to talk to you about too. I see, thank you. Sounds like the pieces are coming together.
Problem solved.
But there's still one more piece we need. A descendant of the Taishima people.
Well, we know that too. Maybe, right? They know about that?
Which likely means Mare Minakuchi's son, Yuza Minakuchi, would be our best candidate. Yeah, that should work.
Unless the immortal thing makes it impossible. Like I ventured to guess, but hopefully it's fine.
Do you know where he is now? Not sure. We've been looking too since we wanted to pass along what Tsuyu told us. Alright, we'll go search for him. Really? That would be a huge help. We'll go and secure the mirror.
Time is tight. If we split up, we'll need a point of contact in case we can't find each other. Could one of you stay in one place and handle communication between us?
Good plan. Could one of you take that on? A point of contact? It'd be best if it was...
I guess if it was Tsukasa. I guess.
I'll go look for Yuza. Tsukasa, do you mind being the point of contact? Me? Sure, no problem. Let's see then. I'll wait by the community hall on Jewel Street. There's also a phone there if we could use. Okay, we'll make contact there if anything happens. Thank you, that would be a big help. Alright then, we'll retrieve the bronze mirror first, then track down Yuza Minakochi and work on lifting the curse. Okay then, Sato, good luck. If you find Yuza, please tell him everything that Tsuyu told us. I will. Leave it to me.
Smooth going so far. Alright, I guess we'll keep going. Claim. Claim my rightful place as the only immortal. What's that movie called again? Highlander. Highlander!
Sato entrusts Tsukasa with being the point of...
I don't know why we were, like, you know, given that fake choice of picking quote-unquote Tsukasa as the point of contact. That seems like we would have had a reason to do that rather than just, you know, it could have just been part of the dialogue, right? And no input from us, so to speak. But because I personally wouldn't have had a reason to really pick Tsukasa over Sato, right? So there's got to be something to that, probably.
After that, I met with Yuza and told him what I'd heard from Tsuyu and Mrs. Shiki, and that we needed him to come to the community hall to lift the curse of the raging waves. But after that, I headed somewhere else, this time for my own purposes.
Maybe that's why, because she had somewhere else to go, but I wouldn't know that, so she wouldn't need our input for that.
Hello? Is anyone home? Who am I kidding? I know no one is here.
That's why we came, question mark? Alright, stickers. Stickers. Sticker!
Oh, what is this?
Let's go. Only 6 more. Only 6 more. We can find them all, I believe it. Stuff. Alright, I guess there won't be any more stickers.
A light with a wooden frame. Looks like this design evolved from those old lamps with paper shades. I'm glad this older look still turns up here and there. A calendar handed out by the local association. There's one at the Wakamura's place too. This one's still showing last month though.
Oops.
There's a circle around the day that marks the day Yusa came home. She must have really been looking forward to it. I visited this room so many times while helping look after Tsuyu. The owner's away, but people on this island don't usually lock up all that tightly. I'd also been asked to come while they were out to help with chores, so by now I know the place well. This is the Minakochi family's altar.
I wonder if this here is a photo of Mare.
There are memorial tablets for Tsuyu's husband.
Or that.
Her son Tosuke and her daughter-in-law Marehi. I'm sure she never expected they'd all go before her. It must have been hard to deal with. It's an altar shelf. Buddhist objects and keepsakes are neatly arranged on it. Oh, it also has something Tsuyu once showed me.
Is that what we were looking for?
Here it is. There's something about it, but I can't put my finger on what. It really is just as beautiful as ever.
I thought Yuza was in possession of that, but maybe they both have one.
I shouldn't just take it, so let me put it back on the shelf where it belongs.
Okay, so that's not why we came. But it sure is good to know. Probably.
A built-in cupboard felt snug against the wall. You can tell it's been there a long time. These kind of cupboards help the room feel less cramped. I was so impressed the first time I saw one. Modern design sure is smart. The inside, though, is a bit messy, so you tends to toss around, does anything in here, to get it out of the way.
She's just like me for real, for real.
A sliding glass door that leads out to an outdoor spot to dry laundry. Doesn't get much sun, though. A household shrine for the sea god. Almost every home around here has one. Before heading out to sea, everyone always stops to pray here first. Once they come back safe, they pay respects again to give thanks.
Oh, I see.
This chest of drawers is mostly just Sue's clothes. I've helped with put away the laundry, so I have a rough idea what goes where, but they're still her personal things, so I shouldn't open it while she isn't here.
Then what are we looking for? Oh, we can move. I guess.
It's a table, one of those really low tables that's perfect for flipping over. I know because I see it on TV all the time. But with nothing on it, there's not much point in flipping it over, is there?
I mean, it's good for practice, though. Right, there was still the stuff.
All sorts of things are scattered on the floor here. Even with this much storage, people still leave things lying around about. Guess some things never change.
I think we've checked everything we can in here, so I guess we're not supposed to be here right now.
I will think about it, though.
What? I guess she doesn't have anything new to say about it, right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. Maybe check the shelf for the thing again. Nope. Okay, I'm leaving. Maybe we'll learn something here and then come back and do something with that rainbow scale or something. Hey.
Oh, there they are. Okay, let's think about what I need to do now. These two have a special box called the Tamatepako. I need to get it from them, no matter what.
Oh?
I have to find a way to convince them to hand it over. This is the only chance I am going to get. Let's share what I know bit by bit to hook their interest and negotiate from there. Really not sure I can pull this off, but I have to try.
Ah. But first, are there any stickers? I mean, we've been to the lighthouse and there weren't any, I think, but things can change. But I can't look around much more, so...
I suppose not this time. There's a small lookout plaza in front of the lighthouse where you can see the sea, probably meant for tourists. Come to think of it, I've never really come here all that much.
What is she planning? She doesn't want to extend her own life with the help of the Tamatebako, does she? But then what does she want with it?
They must have their own reasons for finding the Tamatebako. If I can get them to give that up, maybe they'll hand it over to me without much of a fuss. What's the best way to approach this? Excuse me.
You rang?
Ah, yes. Could I speak with you for a moment?
Permission granted. What was she just saying?
You know, I know you don't know me, but...
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, don't mind him. He always gets a little carried away. Right.
I think everyone right now is cooperating, basically, but I guess they might not know about the cooperation, the mutual cooperation, since their point of contact is Yumiko. Each of them.
Anyway. So you're Avi, an author, and Cersei here is your guide.
Indeed. Great to meet you, Sato.
I've actually heard talk about you around the island.
Oh really? It would seem we've become quite famous in these parts.
I'd say we're more on the infamous side, but sure. Wow, her blonde hair is so beautiful. I've never seen it in person before. And her outfit also looks so unusual. Maybe it's traditional clothing from her country?
I don't think so. I think it's traditional exorcist clothing from her country, maybe.
Now that I think about it, this is my first time meeting someone from overseas.
Well, at least since waking up from real 400-year slumber, right?
They do feel different somehow, but I can't quite put it into words. Hello. Oh, hello. That's interesting. I sense something peculiar about you. Huh? Do you? It's definitely strange, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Are you really human?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? I think so.
Wait, hold on, let me check something. Nintendo just went live. It's probably just some stream, but
What if it's something that I didn't know about, something cool?
Nintendo Treehouse. I don't think that's gonna be huge for me. Okay.
I think so.
Hey now, Cersei, that's an awfully rude thing to say to someone. Do forgive her, she still doesn't quite know how to start a conversation.
No, it's fine.
She's right on the money, though.
Sorry. No, really, it's fine. I heard you were searching for a mermaid, is that true?
Oh, tell me, young lady, do you perchance know of a mermaid? Because if so, you must tell.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know anything about any specific mermaid. No, please, don't look so disappointed. I feel bad now. You see, I'm rather interested in mermaids, so I was hoping I could ask you a little more about them. Now you look both disappointed and annoyed. Did I say something wrong?
What a character.
Well, the last person who asked the same thing nearly caused us to death. Cursed us to death. What?
Indeed, the people on this island are nothing but trouble. I have had enough of it. You're the same, aren't you? You're just after immortality like everyone else, admit it. Well, I mean, she wouldn't be, would she? Well, I mean, maybe she wants to regain more years, but I don't know.
Well, I need to steer this conversation toward the Tamatebako. What should I say?
Admit, honesty, etc.
Yes, I must become immortal. Everything depends on it.
Wait. That's not an admit, is it? I feel the phrasing there was wrong. I was going to admit to already being immortal and all that stuff. You know, all the truth that we know, and not admit to something that isn't true. That's not what admitting means.
If you know anything, I sincerely ask you to tell me.
Ah, there it is. Your true colors. I knew it. You think I'd just hand over the Tamatebako I struggled so hard to obtain? Well,
Tamatebako? Oh, so you really have the Tamatebako?
huh? What's that? I have never heard of this Tamate Bako.
But you just said you wouldn't hand it over to me.
Yeah, because I don't have it. No, you are mishearing things, young lady. I have no idea what you speak.
Please, I really need it.
Alas, young lady, our research has made one thing clear. Trying to meet a mermaid in this place is futile.
Huh?
You see, that's why we decided to give up on the Isabei mermaids, take in the sights of Kamishima, and head home. There are mermaid legends scattered all across the world. We have all the time in the world to begin the search anew.
Oh, so it really is that hopeless.
Plus, we can't linger on this island much longer anyway. Cersei's condition and duties are also starting to be an issue, you see. We must be taking our leave here.
Hold on.
Did we mess up?
They left. Damn, that was no good.
Huh. Okay. And it was Abi in possession of the Tamatebako. Yeah. Okay. There. Deny. I really think the phrasing here is wrong. So I don't take the blame.
No, not at all. You've got it all wrong.
Oh, then why are you after Mermaid?
Well,
Thank one? Well, if we say thank one, that would mean that we have already met one. Maybe that would intrigue him. That sounds like a romantic story.
you see, I want to find a mermaid because I need to thank them.
Oh, fascinating. Don't tell me you were once saved by one in the past.
No, not quite.
Then what do you need to thank one for?
I'm sorry, I made that up. I just want to find and meet one, that's all.
Damn it, don't be such a shitty liar. Come up with a story, jeez. Oh, so that's your only reason? That's not gonna be good. You know, now that he knows we lied at once at least.
So do mermaids really exist?
Ha ha ha, as it happens, 400 years ago there was an island near here called Taishima. There are legends that tell of the 3 mermaids who lived there, Hayase, Sobaya, and Nagame.
Oh, so so there were 3.
But sadly, even after all our painstaking research, we've confirmed that meeting any of the 3 is now hopeless.
What? No way.
So my advice on meeting mermaids is this, and this alone. It's time to give up, unless you happen to know things we don't, of course.
Oh, I see.
You see, that's why we decided to give up on the... Okay. Well, this is kind of shitty. That's just a guessing game, come on. That's just raw guessing with no... Like, you know... No, no deduction or anything. I want to meet one.
Well, if mermaids are real, then I just want to meet one, even if it's just once.
Oh, I see. Chasing the legend, are we? I must say, I have a soft spot for ambitions like that.
I'm glad to hear that. So, did you manage to find any?
Ahaha, as it happens for me. Try some.
So were 3.
Sadly, confirmed the meeting is impossible.
No way.
So we were supposed to pick the other one at the first choice? Well, alright then. Just raw trial and error. I love it. These I needed.
Please, I need it no matter what.
Oh, look at the fire in those eyes. Looks like there's more to this. Very well, tell me your tale. If it rouses my spirits as an author, then I might just be persuaded to hand the box over.
Really? Alright, let me explain.
I mean, definitely tell the truth.
I'll tell you, but you have to promise that you won't tell anyone else about this.
Of course, I swear it. My lips are sealed tighter than a well-corked bottle. That's not all that tight.
Is that supposed to be reassuring?
Don't worry, we won't go breaking any promises.
Alright, then where do I even start? The truth is, I'm what is known as an 800-year mortal. I'm already immortal.
See, that's what I was gonna go for when I said, admit. Stupid. Huh? What? Is all that true?
Wait, are you trying to say that you are that Osato from Kusawa, the real one? Ah yes, that's probably me.
See, that's what I would have said from the very beginning. Whoa, so that's why you're doing all this?
Wait, no way, are you being serious? Yes, completely serious. Which is why I need that tamatebako no matter what.
I still don't know why she needs that, though. You realize that what you're saying is crazy, right? Anyone else would be dead against it.
Please, all I need is the tamatebako. Abby, what do you think?
Are you sure you're alright with this? I can hardly call it sane.
Yes, this is what I want more than anything.
Very well, in that case. Amazing, such stunning spirit. I'll be happy to support that resolve even if I stand alone. This must be the reason I found the tamatebako in the first place. Here, take it.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yay. Now that we know the situation, it only makes sense for you to have it. You should have just said so sooner. Exactly. Fucking jeez. That said, I would also like to know how things turn out, so be sure to let us know, okay?
Of course, I won't forget this kindness as long as I live.
Ha, think nothing of it. But that does mean that I should apologize to you, Cersei, after all that trouble we went through to get it.
Well, you seem enthused enough by this turn of events. If you are happy with your choice, I don't mind.
She's such a good girl. Also, as I'm sure you already know, you'll still need mermaid flesh.
I know, I'll figure something out.
So she's trying to make somebody else immortal after all? Or save somebody? Maybe good old Tsuyu? Or her friend, Tsukasa? Or I don't know.
I'll figure something out.
Oh, so you do have a lead on a mermaid. I'm intrigued, but I'll leave it at that for now.
I don't know, I think you should be more curious about that.
One more thing. Carrying the tamatebako may draw some unsavory types. Be careful. Maybe the rainbow scale counts as mermaid flesh for some reason.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
Wait, what? Carrying the tamatebako may draw someone...
Well, we are heading back to the mainland to look for them anyway.
Ah yes, after sightseeing on Kamishima, we were supposed to return post-haste.
I see. Well, thank you, and good luck.
Right, we didn't learn what she wants to do with the box and the, you know, the
related mermaid flesh.
Or maybe there's an alternative story, an alternative use of the box if it's a scale rather than flesh.
Hello, is anyone home?
I don't have to check this again, do I? Yeah, no, it's already marked up, but so.
Here it is. There's something about it, but I can't remember. It really is just as beautiful as ever.
Okay, so that's not what we're looking for. In that case, I don't know what we are looking for. What? Nothing's different so far. She's always had this weird meat drying outside, and I never knew why, but turns out it was mermaid meat the entire time. Nope. All shrines contain mermaid meat. Or not. Guess I'll just check everything again, even the things that don't really make sense to me. Of course, I am keeping an eye out for things that might be different. Maybe we just gotta think, but I guess I might first finish my... Wait, the shelf? Wait, that is different. Wait, huh? I mean, it's not checked off yet, is what I'm trying to say. Well, hold on. Maybe we have to think and then once again go for the scale. Maybe it's not a scale, and like, you know, once we put it into the box, it'll turn out to just look like dried wood, you know, like it's meat, like the meat that we heard about. Maybe the rainbow color is what mermaid meat looks like when it's not been tamatebacoized. Table. Okay. Oh, wait. No. Check it again. I couldn't go anywhere else either. I'll think again. I am here. What are we, like, role-playing as All Might now? Wait. Did it just say floorboards just now? No? No, that was the sliding door, probably. Guess I'll save and then try to move again. I don't know. Like, you know, if I had the option to look at my items or something. Wait, that's not what I meant to do. The reason I'm not just going back in there, but loading, is so that the things that I checked are still checked off, you know? Move. Oh wait, that does do that for some reason. Maybe we need more info from elsewhere before we can truly check the altar. I guess that might be it. Before we can use the rainbow shit, rather. Alright, let's check this, I guess. User summoned for an audience with Yumiko Shiki. Maybe he'll get, you know, he'll regain memories of when he ate his mermaid flesh, and then he's like, oh yeah, it was all like rainbowy and shit. And then we put it in the box and it wasn't anymore, it was crazy. Ah, there you are. You're Minakuchi, correct? That's me. I was told to come here, so here I am. Huh? Were you sent here too, Azami? Who, me? Nah, I was just passing by when I heard about what was going on, so I decided to wait here for you. Thanks, Azami. So as I understand it, you're the two brave police officers who were sent out here from Tokyo? To deal with the curse of the raging waves. Brave? I wouldn't go that far. My name is Yumiko Shiki, and this is Soro Kiri. Pleased to meet you. And am I mistaken, or did the two of you visit Kamishima yesterday as well? It almost seemed as if you ran away at the sight of me. Did I do something to scare you off? Dear me, you noticed us, did you? My apologies. Don't remember that encounter. I guess it was very brief. I will explain everything shortly. But before I forget, that fellow over there has business with you as well, user. Fellow over there? Huh? Oh. Mr. Wakamura. He was fairly suspicious of us at first, but it seems we have finally earned his trust. He has kindly agreed to assist us in putting an end to the curse of the raging waves. Wait, really? Really? But tell me, is it true you're already familiar with this curse? That's what your friend here told us? Yeah, more or less. Good, then it seems we're all up to speed. I guess at this point he has the memories of the future. Hey, asshole. Where's the sticker? There's gotta be a sticker. Give me the sticker. There's gotta be a sticker. Is there a sticker? If there's not a sticker, I'll kill everyone on this island, motherfucker. Give me the sticker. There's gotta be a sticker. I don't see a sticker. It's time to die, you fuckers. You're dying first, guy, even though I like you. This guy, though, he can go and I don't like you. He's dead, motherfucker. Should have given me a sticker, motherfucker. You're dead, motherfucker. Not gonna kill you, but you're dead, motherfucker. Stickers everywhere. Blood in stickers. Stickers in blood. I've got stickers now I'm happy. Nobody more has to die. You're forgiven. Sticker, sticker, sticker. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, I don't see any. The rays of sunlight beaming down amidst the stifling humidity are accompanied by a chorus of cicadas that somehow intensifies the heat. So, Mr. Wakamura has been trying to end the curse of the raging waves too, huh? So you found out about the curse of the raging waves then, huh, boy? Yeah, to an extent anyway. I always figured your mother was behind it and that she was descended from them raiders, but... Wait, really? That's why you blamed my mom for the disaster? Well, you had it all wrong. Turns out she's a descendant of the Taishima's Islanders, the victims. Seems you know more than you let it go on. Oh, no, it's just what my gran said. So you knew about this too, eh? Suppose I should have known. But see here, your mother tried to end the curse 5 years ago and failed, didn't she? If that's what brought on the disaster, I wasn't so far off at all after all, was I? No, you were. If I try to, I don't know, stop somebody from bleeding out, and they still die, that doesn't mean I caused them to bleed out. Unless I stabbed them beforehand, but that's not what I just proposed. But be that as it may, I still owe you an apology for pinning the curse on your mother all this time. Yeah, you owe a lot. Especially seeing as she was the one who found the bronze mirror and held the curse back for us. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. That's nice to hear. For what it's worth. Good on you, Mr. Wakamura. At least you can admit when you've made a mistake. When your own instructor comes along and tells you to change your views, what choice do you have? Oh. So you're, either a Mashina or the Onmyoji or whatever told you, huh? Instructor? Are you talking about that sorcerer friend of yours? That's right. We discovered the sorcerer's identity. From there, it wasn't too difficult to reach an understanding. That's how we earned this fellow's cooperation as well. Seems I misjudged you. If my instructor says you're the real deal, then I reckon you must be. Very mysterious. But just to be sure now, you do have a way to end this curse of the raging waves, yes? I can trust you on that? Yes, there are still a few points we need to confirm, but it is guaranteed to work. Guaranteed, huh? If that's true, then I suppose I won't be needing Unkakuruno's help anymore. Unkakuruno? You mean to say that Yamashina has known a way to break the curse all along? Well, you know about Unkakuruno too, eh? As a matter of fact, just yesterday he told me out of the blue he'd found a way to end it. Said he'd tell me what it was on the condition I brought him to Satoshi Ranami. Information he got from Ikoma, I have no doubt. And he asked for the girl, I see. And you were prepared to hand her over. Isn't she a relative of yours? So what if I was? That's got nothing to do with you. If you say so. In any case, the information Yamashina had for you must be the same as what we have to share. So there's no longer any need for you to betray your own kin. I'll hold you to that. Yeah. And we'll hold you to holding us to that. All the same, I'm not sure. There's something else troubling you? According to you, when Madame Minakochi failed to break the curse, it brought on the disaster 5 years ago, but... Is that really the truth? What are you getting at? What if that still-time mirror worked as it should? There wouldn't have been no disaster, would there? That only leaves one possibility, don't it? That the Raging Waves curse-bearer was stirring up trouble.
By curse-bearer, I assume you mean a descendant of the raiders of Taishima.
Exactly. If someone of that lineage got anywhere near the Southern Sea, the wrath of the Taishima would churn up some waters into a maelstrom.
There was that one mysterious person who was, on those boats that we still don't know the identity of.
And I've been suspicious of them the entire time, of course. At first I thought they were maybe trying to kill people, and that's why Mare maybe caused the storm, but, it's probably different from that.
Now that we know more about it.
Anyhow, my instructor swears that that's the true cause of the disaster 5 years ago, so it wasn't your idea. And I'm inclined to agree.
So that's your theory, is it? Now I understand why you suspected Mare Minakochi's heritage. Though I gather this instructor of yours never actually accused her of being the curse-bearer.
True, never was sure of that on that point. Said we couldn't be certain, given how it's been 5 years and all. But all things considered, who could blame me for being suspicious of her? No one knew where she came from.
I don't wish to doubt your instructor, but I'm not sure how much water this theory holds.
Yet we cannot rule it out entirely, given what we know of this sorcerer's powers. So you're skeptical, eh? Not as if you have a better idea, though, is it?
While you do have a point, the issue remains, if Mare wasn't the curse-bearer, who else could it have been?
Well, can't say I've figured that out yet, but...
Sorry to interrupt, but I have something to say. Yes? Assuming my mom wasn't the Raging Waves curse-bearer, I have a theory. See, I've read over the report of the incident again and again, and there's something I noticed. Oh, and what might that be? Well, another suspect.
But I guess I'll check the report again. Here, maybe? Sole survivor.
Captain Kyokichi Komoi, 4 or 5 crew members, small-sized fishing vessel, Captain Yukichi Nishikawa and 1 passenger reported missing. Mare brought disaster. 5 years after the incident, feelings of minimal. Another possible cause, I guess, sure. But this isn't the work of a curse. I don't think so. And that person was on board. I guess now I gotta check it again. I should have noted that down. Identity unknown, that was the Omeimaru. I remember reading that the identity of one of the passengers aboard the Omeimaru was unknown. Couldn't they have been the curse-bearer? Interesting. Well, Mr. Bakamura, what do you know of this mysterious individual?
The Omeimaru? That was Yukichi Nishikawa's boat. As I recall, according to the departure declaration, the Omeimaru had taken someone on board, someone in business on the mainland who had research to do. But as no name was given, no one had a clue who they were.
Oh, I thought the point of these declarations was to keep a record in case of an accident. Sounds to me like someone was careless.
Can't deny that.
So this passenger was never identified?
No, but mind you, eyewitness reports say that when the Omeimaru set sail that day, the captain was alone on board. So maybe he picked them up from the mainland, or maybe they never boarded to begin with. Who's to say?
But do you think it's possible this person could have been the curse-bearer?
Could be, if it wasn't Mare. It'd make for a hell of a coincidence, though.
I don't think it would have been a coincidence. Unfortunately, since this Nishkeva fellow isn't around, there's no way to find out.
Or is there? I guess Nishkeva is also missing it. Well, I've already apologized, so I can't say that much concerns me anymore. All I care about now is putting an end to the curse of the raging waves. This man is Mrs. Shiki's assistant. Apparently he's not officially with the police. Right now he's just quietly following orders. But for some reason I get the feeling he's the type who's really scary when they get angry. He's probably working his grey matter into overdrive, trying to keep up with everything that's going on. I wish there was time to explain everything properly. Honestly, I barely understand all this myself. By the way, is Tsukasa just in there and nobody's telling her to come out? This building is where the neighborhood association meetings are held. Tsukasa must have made the most of her family ties to gain free access to it as a relay station. Apparently Tsukasa's still inside, waiting to handle the communications. Lucky. I bet it's nice and cool in there. With the air conditioner on. I guess she has it, good in there. That reminds me, any luck with these hand mirrors, Azami? No worries there, I got them all back. Really, all of them? Every last one? You must be the fastest mirror collector in Japan. I knew I could count on you, thanks, Azami. Oh? Are you talking about the mirrors Kikuko Tsutsui was handing out earlier? Huh? How'd you know? I realized they were dangerous, so I had Azami collect them all. Really? Does that mean you figured out they were the targets of a curse? Wait, you knew about that? So it was true. What's the deal with these things anyway? I see. So these curse stones can be used to kill people instantly. But since Kikuko's curse stone was confiscated, the danger's passed. Yeah, what a relief. What I want to know is how you found out that Kikuko intended to use those hand mirrors as the target of her curse to begin with. She would also sense that he's an immortal, right? She would know that already for a long time. About that. I'm not sure you'll believe me, but shibba-dabba-da. What? You encountered a Tomokazuki while you were diving, and it showed you a vision. That's the long and short of it. Any idea what it means? Paranormal encounters are your area of expertise after all. I have known instances of phenomena capable of instilling memories, however. Your experience does not seem to fit with any of them. I wonder why this thing looked like you. That's the strangest part in my book. Hold up, you don't think this Tomokazuki could be a kind of curse, do you? It is true that some curses are accompanied by phantoms known as curse echoes. Yet, as the apparition Yuza encountered warned him of impending danger, it seems unlikely to have been the product of a harmful curse. That being said, I'm afraid I cannot begin to guess its true nature. Well, at least that hand mirror cause is dealt with. That's a lot of our minds. Right, but we're not done yet. One calamity down, one to go. Oh yeah, guess we can't relax till the curse of the raging waves is broken too. Regarding that being you encountered, Yuza, what you called the Tomokazuki. While it does seem to resemble the Tomokazuki featured in the folklore of this region, I suspect it was something else entirely. Why? What are the Tomokazuki anyway? They are both the spirits of armor divers who were lost beneath the waves in the past, and malevolent spirits born of the fear armor divers harbor towards accidents at sea. Oh, shouldn't you be out exercising them then? The latter type of spirit is the most numerous. So long as these fears persist, they will always return. However, they do not possess sufficient power to cause real harm. So long as you carry the proper charms, they cannot affect you. So those Seiman and Doman symbols aren't just for show, huh? Indeed, that is why I cannot but wonder what it is you truly encountered down there. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something mysterious about this woman. And I had no idea where there were actually police officers who handled supernatural incidents.
Where shall we begin?
Let's talk about me.
But before you go, I have one last question to ask you, user.
Wait, we weren't done with the curse, though. We haven't even started talking about the curse.
Oh, and what would that be?
Well,
how should I put this? It's a delicate subject. Mind if I have a private word?
Huh? The immortal thing. So, what did you want to talk about? Just so we're clear, if you're looking to grow pearls, I don't know anything about that.
That would require delicate handling, but that's not what I meant. User, when you got caught in that disaster 5 years ago, did you by chance encounter a mermaid?
Well, yeah, I did, but how did you know about that?
Good of you to tell the truth. That makes this easier. As for how I know, that would be because it's the only possible explanation.
Meaning?
Come now, user. A mermaid has cursed you with immortality. You're an 800-year mortal.
What?
You can't hide the truth from me. These eyes don't lie. I assume it occurred during the disaster 5 years ago. You must have nearly died. But then you were revived by a mermaid and made immortal.
So they can do that intentionally to people who already died, huh?
Surely you must have realized this by now.
Yeah. You got me. I'm an immortal boy with an undying body.
Why did this happen to you, I wonder?
I wish I knew. If you can tell me more about it, would you mind filling me in? Well, he is the son of the woman that mermaid really liked. And it might have been, a favor. Maybe Mare begged for it or something.
I suppose that's only fair. What would you like to know?
I was wondering, does me being immortal have anything to do with my mom? I mean, is there any chance she could have been a mermaid?
None whatsoever.
Oh.
In all likelihood, you received your immortality from the mermaid Sobai. You see, Mare Minakochi was a descendant of the clan that was tasked with escorting Sobai back to Ryugu. That much I'm certain of.
Is that why she tried to break the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago?
I can only assume so. However, as the seal over the entrance to Ryugu had yet to break, things didn't go as planned.
Does this mean Sobai could still be nearby? Maybe she's living in the sea around Kamishima?
I'm afraid there's little chance of that. See, when the entrance to Ryugu was unsealed 3 months ago, Sobaya would have been able to return home.
Oh, well, I guess that means Mom's duty was fulfilled in the end. That's something at least. Do you know of any way I could meet this mermaid?
You don't give up easily, huh? Are you another mermaid fan?
Another fan?
Those foreigners who visited the island recently were also very keen on meeting a mermaid.
Oh, you mean that author and his young guide?
Sure do. You've spoken with them, I take it?
Actually, no, I never met them. But I saw them when I had that vision.
Is that so? Well, all I can tell you is the same thing I told them. Meeting a mermaid is no longer possible.
Does that mean there's no way to visit Ryugu either?
The thing is, Ryugu is pretty close to what's typically referred to as the afterlife. You might say it's a space between our world and the land of the dead.
And there's no way to travel there? None at all?
Sorry, no. You'll just have to accept that.
But if we're immortal, that means we're not quite alive, so maybe. And there's no way to travel there, none at all? Earlier you said a mermaid cursed me. What exactly did you mean by that?
Just what it sounds like. For 800 years you'll be incapable of aging or dying. What is it but a curse? Your very existence defies the laws of nature. You can hardly be termed human. You are now an anomalous being, something closer to a spirit, and we're gonna lock you up and shit. Though, for that matter, I am in no position to talk.
Huh?
Still, I do feel sorry for you. What possessed her to curse you, a mere child? I should like to know.
I thought you were going to answer that for us. I always thought that Mermaid saved my life. Was I wrong?
Well, that depends on how you look at things. Personally, I wouldn't call what she did saving you at all. At the end of the day, she saddled you with an existence worse than death.
Is it that terrible?
It's only been 5 years, and the people around you probably think you're a late bloomer. But give it another decade or two, and your static appearance will start to stand out.
Right, I guess he would look like it. Wait. Isn't he? No, he's 18, I guess. So he would look like a 13-year-old? Holy shit. I never got that impression. Yeah, he doesn't look that different from somebody like Azami, so that seems a little off. I didn't consider that, but yeah, that seems kind of wrong. He really doesn't look that much younger. Like if you told me, oh, you know, he's actually 30, but he is in the body of a 17-year-old, I would have been like, yeah, okay. But I don't get a 13-year-old impression from him. Whatever.
And should you ever meet with a would-be fatal accident in public, it's all over for you. If your immortal nature is exposed, you'll be bombarded with public scrutiny at best. At worst, you'll be captured and experimented on. Either way, from that moment on, you'll never be able to lead a normal life in human society again. Humans have always coveted immortality, countless dreams of it even today. Countless dream of it even today. But the reality is, only the first few decades of your existence are bound to be enjoyable. It's only going to get harder for you as time goes on. Humans were never meant to live for hundreds of years. A lifespan that long is unendurable. And speaking of a member of law enforcement, speaking as a member, not of, the existence of immortal beings must be kept hidden, or all sorts of problems can arise.
Problems? Like what?
Well, it's not easy to keep a lid on things these days, and it doesn't take much to incite a panic or start a war. Just last year, there was that ruckus over the right of resurrection, if you remember. Suffice to say, whenever I track down an 800-year mortal, I can't just leave them be.
What are you saying? Are you going to arrest me?
Ordinarily, I would. Protocol dictates that I capture any 800-year mortals I find and seal them in an underground vault. That's the fate I was thinking of when I mentioned that being immortal is an existence worse than death.
Gah.
Don't worry, I've got no intention of taking you anywhere just yet. You're a special case. The way I see it, you're essentially the victim here. Not to mention, I need your help breaking the curse of the raging waves. So it seems like we'll have to find a way to compromise. I don't know why, but you're looking for information about mermaids as well, right?
And then, I thought since she brought it up, we'd talk about mermaids again.
Well, for starters, mermaids aren't meant to interfere in the lives of mortals. Even their kind don't approve of that.
Really?
In fact, generally speaking, creating an 800-year mortal is flat out forbidden. Despite that, Sobai made you immortal. In other words, this mermaid went out of her way to place a curse on you.
I guess that settles it. Her intent wasn't to save me after all. Well, maybe it was to save people from the curse, you know, the raging waves.
Exactly. I was hoping you'd be able to tell me what made her go that far. But it turns out you're just as clueless as I am.
Yep.
Then all we know for sure is that something happened between Sobai and your mother that day. And that led you to being made immortal. Whether that was simply to save your life or for some other reason, there's unfortunately no way of knowing.
There's something else that's been bugging me. Can mermaids create 800-year immortals at will? As in, you don't really have to eat their flesh?
Actually, you do. You can't become an immortal without ingesting a bit of mermaid flesh, even if it's a tiny piece.
So you do need it.
However, it's not as simple as cutting off a slice. Mermaid flesh withers away the moment it's severed and loses all its efficacy.
So that rainbow shit is not mermaid flesh then? Unless the cupboard, the shrine it's sitting in, is is actually a tamatebako somehow.
In order for a mermaid to create an immortal of her own volition, she would have to allow a human to bite her directly.
Well, how could that happen without the human's consent? I mean, I was barely conscious when I became an undead boy. I mean, an 800-year mortal.
Like I said, even the tiniest piece, a mere scrap of their tail, could do the trick. You could move someone's jaw while they were unconscious and get them to bite. It's not impossible.
Oh damn, guess it was a lot more forceful than I was imagining. So all I have to do is bite a living mermaid and you become immortal?
Pretty much, though I assume a few mermaids would consent to that.
So that's how it works. But if the flesh had been severed in ingesting it, wouldn't... if the flesh has been severed, ingesting it wouldn't extend your lifespan at all, huh? Yeah.
That's right, ordinarily anyway.
Ordinarily? You mean there's an exception?
If a mermaid's flesh is cut within the confines of Ryu, it won't wither away, it just grows back.
Oh. But from that flesh, another body doesn't grow, right? You can't just clone yourself that way. While I've got you here, I guess I might as well ask. Is there no way to reverse immortality?
You wouldn't be the first 800-year mortal to seek that possibility. But unfortunately, the answer is no. The moment you become immortal, you lose your mortal form for good.
I see. And is there no way for an 800-year mortal to die other than by waiting for the lifespan to end?
No, it is simply impossible.
That pause there made it seem like maybe there's a way. Maybe if you go to Ryu.
That is what makes it a curse.
Not that I want to experiment, but what would happen if, say, I threw my body into a furnace or a vat of acid?
The instant it resulted in death, you would begin to reform, starting from the part of you with the largest remaining piece of your heart. Every other part of you would then vanish. No matter how beyond repair your body becomes, it will be healed when you resurrect.
I see.
On the other hand, you won't be healed if your injuries aren't fatal, no matter how badly hurt you are. For example, taking the furnace scenario you mentioned. If your body remained in the furnace after you resurrected, you would burn to death again, then revive again, and so on, in an endless cycle. All while fully conscious.
Shit, sounds like hell. Yeah, and somebody you know had that happen to them in a way.
My advice? Be very careful not to fall into any bottomless pits.
Right, I'll be sure to keep that in mind if I ever go near one. By the way, you mentioned I'd resurrect from the part around my heart. Does that mean that if my head was cut off, only my body would regenerate?
Well, yes, that should be the case.
But what would happen to my consciousness? My memories? My thoughts? All of that is stored in the brain, isn't it?
That's a tough one. As I mentioned, every part of you except the one that resurrects will vanish. So it seems likely that everything inside your head, including your consciousness, would vanish too.
Oh. That can happen. Does that mean my regenerated body would have an entirely new consciousness?
Well, it seems 800-year mortals do sometimes have fuzzy memories after they resurrect. But I've never known anyone who tried what you're describing. It's possible your consciousness would be reinstated, carried over just as it was before.
Well, if we could go to that point where we died, where we apparently, we did that and we remembered things, right? So...
Though it's equally possible that it would be divided or become a new entity, there's no way to know unless you decide to test it out yourself.
So if you slice your body in exactly 50% halves, and make it somehow, if you cut so the heart is obviously a little more to the left, yeah. But if you slice it in a way that's or something or other, I guess so that the heart is also exactly split 50-50, then what would happen? User, we're going to try that out right now, okay? Stand still. Divided, huh?
Look, I wish I could make this easier on you. But there's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
Still, so long as you stay put on this island and keep a low profile, I'm prepared to leave you be. You've managed to keep your mentality a secret for 5 years now, after all.
Thank you. I swear I'll do everything in my power not to get found out, so please don't arrest me.
But I'm curious, what were you intending to do if you found a way to meet Sobai?
Honestly, at first, I just wanted to thank her for saving me, but after what you've told me, that's changed.
How so?
Well, now I'm more curious to hear about why she decided to make me an eternity immortal, and about what happened with my mom that day.
Can't say I blame you. And I understand where you're coming from, but it just can't be done.
Even if I can't meet her, isn't there some way I could learn the truth?
Well, you can't ask her directly, or can communicate with her in any way. But you know, I heard you have no memory of the incident 5 years ago, is that true?
Huh? Well, yeah. The doctors reckon it's because of the shock. Even my memories of meeting a mermaid are really hazy.
Then isn't it possible Sobaya told you something that day? If so, the memory of what you heard must be buried in the depths of your subconscious.
If I can find a way to remember it, but I wouldn't even know how to start. Where would I find my memory of a mermaid?
I don't know. The only piece of advice I have for you is to think back. Delve into your memories and scour them from corner to corner. Think about it. You must have encountered Sobaya before. All you need to do is locate your memory of that time.
Sounds easy.
All right then, we'd better head back, or your friend will start to wonder what's happened to you.
Right, thanks for answering my questions. Welcome back. Everything okay, user? Of course. If it wasn't, I'd have had to make a dramatic entrance. Glad to see your usual oddball self. Guess there's nothing to worry about then.
400 years ago, an Onmyoji sealed the entrance to Ryugu in an attempt to contain the curse of the raging waves, and left behind instructions as to how the curse could be broken after 400 years had elapsed. There are 3 steps that must be followed.
You know what, I think maybe we should stop here, actually. Maybe I should have chosen to stop before hitting that button. But I don't know how much longer this is going to be, but I don't want to have another 8-hour episode like the finale of last time. So I think if we stop here, maybe that'll be for the best. I would have, of course, as usual, rather stopped in between chapters, I guess. But I guess this is a decent stopping point as well. And then hopefully there's enough left to, to have another proper good episode tomorrow. Maybe this is even still longer than I reckon it is. And even if not, then, maybe we'll find some other stuff to do, like get all the achievements, get all the stickers or something, I don't know. But, yeah. I think that's going to be the plan. And thus, I will thank you for watching today, hanging out, and, digging much deeper into this mystery with me, finding out so many things. And I hope you'll join me again sometime, probably tomorrow, where we might finish the game, I don't know. It'll be exciting. That I can almost promise. So, be there any other time I show up. It'll be good for all of us. And until we meet again, I say Otsukaresama. Bye-bye.